on our YouTube channel where you can watch the recording. Our recordings are also being sent over to rumble.com. So if you look for Genius Biofeedback on Rumble, and Rumble is where we exclusively send our podcasts. Our podcasts are usually they're on Thursday, not tomorrow. Usually they're Thursday. All right. I don't know what's happening here with the stream. Oh my goodness. Are we not going to be able to live stream? Let's try that one more time. This has actually not happened before. So it does say we're live streaming, but it hasn't given me the start button yet. I bet a lot of people are live streaming today, and that could be part of it. So the Genius Biofeedback community is unique. It is very unique because we're very, very active. We know all the other products. We know all the other Genius Quantum Biofeedback programs. And a lot of people end up getting their system, their device, whatever it is, and then they never hear from people again. They never talk to the company again. We're very, very interactive. We're here every single week on Monday. I do my training. Then we have other resources, tutorials, free programs. We often have free classes about the quantum capsule, free classes about the remedy plate, ongoing discussions, research, lots and lots of things going on. So we're always in touch. We have our memberships, we have our business membership, we have our library discount club, and we run different programs and trainings through them as well. So it's a very interactive community where we have our own Genius Biofeedback community that we're going to connect you to, and you can join that. And within that community, it's like sort of like a private Facebook group, but it's not connected to Facebook at all. We can talk about anything we want. We have a lot of members who share their experience. So if you're interested in scanning yourself and having the best quantum biofeedback program available, and you also want to be part of a community, then that is a great reason to become part of our Genius community. Get your Genius on Black Friday, get the best deal of the year, and then join us. You're going to have a lifetime of updates. Anything we do to improve, we're going to share that with you. You're an owner. There's no monthly fee. Just if you get installments, we just ask that you pay off your installments. And then once you've paid off your installments, then you're good to go. You own the Genius. You never have to pay us again. You may want to get libraries. You may want to access the program, but you do not have to if you don't want to. You own it. And that's very different from other mobile applications where you pay maybe $150 a month. And if you don't pay, you decide you don't want to pay all the money that you front-ended for that program for months and months and months, now you own nothing. And we don't want to do that. We want everybody to have access. We want everybody to enjoy it. And that is one thing that's really unique and wonderful about our Genius community. So with that in mind, I want to bring on our first guest. And I think you're going to absolutely love this so very much. And Sarita says, I've taken great notes. We're going to talk to Sarita soon. And Sophie says, hello. And Karen is here, which is wonderful. I'm so glad that Karen McDonald is joining us. And we do want to invite our guest. So our guest is going to be promoted as a panelist. And our guest is in the California area. She's has a very unique perspective about utilizing the Genius. You are going to hear things that you've never heard before about using the Genius. And that is because I think she's sort of advanced. She really gets it about the power of frequency, because the power of frequency could change you in seconds. You don't have to be on your Genius all day long. You don't have to run it overnight. She's going to tell you how to get the fastest and most precise results based on what she does every day for herself and her family. And she also helps her friends. She helps her community. So I want to welcome Kelly. Kelly, welcome. And thank you so much for joining us. Even though you're on vacation, you're able to be with us, and we really, really appreciate it. So I'm going to go ahead and give you access to video and the ability to talk. And let's see if you are able to join us. And then in just a moment, we're going to call definitely for a volunteer. So if you think you'd like to volunteer, please go ahead and volunteer now. Hey, Kelly, how are you?
Greetings. Very good. How are you?
Good. Let's actually pause this for a moment so we can just talk. How's Hawaii?
Oh, it's amazing as always.
Wonderful. So thank you so much for taking time. I think you had to even get your son's computer and get everything set up. Is that what you did? Is that where you're broadcasting from now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, well,
Definitely.
make sure
Yes.
you thank him as well. So tell us a little bit about how you got started with the Genius and what it's meant for you in your life.
Oh, goodness. Well, it all started for me. The original event was our third child had a slight fever at 10 days old, and the hospital forced us into this crazy situation where, because he had a fever of 100.4, not 104, they sent us to the emergency room to do all these crazy tests, spinal tap, all this insanity, and then forced us. Nothing came up positive. And they forced us to put him on 2 days of IV antibiotics, which then set him up for essentially what could have been a lifetime of problems. At 2 months old, he got very sick, back in the hospital, almost died. And then it sent me on a path of, I'm firstborn Irish Catholic. I will figure this out. And we ended up first at a homeopathic doctor that would give me these drops to give him. And he would go from pure acidic to completely normal. And I was like, what is this? I had no experience. I was very corporate, very do exactly what the doctor said. And that is what was getting us into trouble. So it sent me down this path to the homeopathic doctor, and then a doctor that would muscle test. And I would sit there and laugh. And I was like, this is the craziest thing I've ever done, but it works. And then we were in Chicago, then moved to California and found a doctor that was written up by Oprah that took it to another whole level where she would remove emotions, and she would go in and find where the emotions were sticking, and she would release them, and you would walk in with a problem like a sty or a bladder infection or something like that. She would release the emotions and it would just heal like that. And I was like, this is beyond strange, but it works. And then at the time, our life takes us to different areas. And so we didn't have access to all the brilliant doctors. And I think I was just radiating if I could just do this myself. And that's when the Genius showed up. And I was blown away what I was able to do on my own. And it literally took us, well, let me start by saying my husband doesn't believe in anything, very analytical, very financial, and so after 2 or 3 years of using the Genius, what he finally realized when he went to do the taxes is he said, Kelly, we have no medical expenses to write off. And normally we were spending an insane like $10,000 a month because of all the problems that the different kids had. It went from $10,000 a month to zero. So, and that's what the Genius allowed me. It started with the Quantum Infinity, and then which became the Genius. So it creates daily miracles for me that are unbelievable. And I think in today's world where there's this constant media about shortages that are coming and different things that we might not have access to, and as the economy starts to balance itself out and we go through some of the shortages and stock market up and down, the Genius allows me, it's literally the tool for the current environment that we're in, because instead of having to go to the store and buy something, I just run the frequency.
That's awesome. Give us an example. Give us a couple of examples of how you've used it, especially for your kids. What are some sort of the examples that stand out to you?
Gosh, I think some of the most recent ones are my son, who originally had the problems with the antibiotics. He's had a bout of cystic acne, and I'll go in, it's constantly moving around, and I'll go in and figure out either what topical or homeopathic or Bach flower is needed. And I will give it to him. I will run it through the frequencies. And a lot of times I just use the Synergistics, and that will move it. and it's just boom, it's done. And then all of a sudden his face will go from red and puffy to all of a sudden it starts to clear up. And I truly think too that the acidity of the original antibiotics is really what caused a lot of it. Essentially wiped out his microbiome. So the Genius has allowed me to really shift and change that on my own. So
that's amazing. That
yeah,
is absolutely amazing.
yes.
And you
So,
don't really typically run this for a long amount of time, do you?
no, in fact, at a certain point a couple of years ago, what I realized is when I would test something in the Synergistics, if I would press it again by accident, all of a sudden it would balance. And then I thought, well, what do I do now? Do I still need to run the frequency or take it? Or like, what do I do now? And then I started to get to a point where I could feel when I would test in the Synergistics, by clicking the circles to the point where they balance, whatever it was wasn't needed anymore. So it was, I can't explain it. I can't. And I even had a situation this past a month ago where I was working at one of our properties and the bed frame had pulled out from the box spring. I didn't realize it, but twice I banged into it with my shin and I was running around working and I had long pants on, so I wasn't really paying attention. And at a certain point I was like, God, my leg really hurts. What did I do? I lifted it up. In fact, I just found as it happened, I was like, I think I better take pictures of this. As it happened, I looked down and I had the biggest, gnarliest goose egg on my leg. In fact, here's a picture. I don't know if you can see that. I could send it to you too.
No, we can see it. We can see it. Yeah. So that was on your leg.
So
hold it up just a little bit. Just hold it up a little bit to show it to the camera.
It was literally like
higher. Yeah, that's it. That's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
See that? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So all that I did, because I was extremely busy and had like 30 seconds to do whatever I needed to do, is I went in and into the Synergistics and just tested anti-inflammatory things that I know work. And look at this. It completely flattened out. It still had a divot.
How long did you balance for that to happen?
Oh, it was like maybe 5 Synergistics tests of like Young Living Helichrysum, Arnica, Windmere has an aches and pains. It was all the things that I go to immediately as soon as there's an injury. And I looked down and I was like, it's gone. And I had been doing this for a while, using the Synergistics to balance things. And I was like, okay, this is physical confirmation that it works, because I ran no frequency. I didn't use any physical products and I ran no frequencies. I just balanced in the Synergistics.
So you know that you could attribute it to the actual frequencies.
So yes. So it was like the Synergistics were actually, so somehow your biofield must be picking up what you're testing in the Synergistics, or at least when you test it multiple times. And it does it through calculation, but I love your Synergistics, and it's going to take people a little while to really catch on to what you're doing. So I want to make sure that we have some volunteers. So if you want to have the most unique session you've ever had with the Genius, make sure that you volunteer right now in the chat. Put your date of birth and get a scan with Kelly, because you've never had a scan like this before. So a few other things, like you've had your kids. It seems like having kids is like slipping on a banana peel like every single day. There's always something. What's another thing that comes to mind that you were able to help one of your kids with? Oh goodness, there was one time my daughter was in PE and slammed with a soccer ball straight into her face. And it was right at the end of school. And I picked her up and she looked at me and she was like, whoa, I could tell something was wrong. And literally completely disoriented, ready to fall over, whatever it was a straight on impact straight into her face. And I immediately opened up the app and scanned what was needed. I went into Bach flower in all the different elements, and then the Young Living Oil on Point, and the top thing that came up, I think it was reticular activating system. That's a line item on the Oil on Point, and I balanced it, and she was so, it was such shock. Then went into Bach flower Star of Bethlehem, which is for shock, and within 5 minutes, she had danced that night, and within 5 minutes, she looked at me and she goes, "Can we go to Starbucks?" So we went over to Starbucks, got her whatever her favorite drink was at the time, and she turned around and she was like, "Okay, I'm fine now." And she actually there was actually a line going down her sight, and it completely disappeared. It was like a miracle. So
that's amazing.
The genius is it allows you to go in, and we have a doctor who says when you get to the tip of the iceberg, when you balance whatever is on the tip of the iceberg, everything falls into line. And the genius allows you to do that. You don't have to run a million things. You just need to get what is the top priority, balance that, and then your body just goes in and heals whatever we're made to self-balance and self-regulate. And when there's a blockage, it doesn't allow your body to do that. So when you remove that core blockage, then everything just goes back into place.
That's absolutely awesome. That's fantastic. I love it. Well, let's see if we have anybody. Again, we'll just call for a volunteer. Anybody who wants to volunteer today to get a scan. Now, tell us a little bit about what you use from Carolyn Mine. Why is Carolyn Mine's book so important to you?
Oh, I think she has the answer to anything that you need to regulate, balance, heal. In fact, part of what was when we were going to this doctor that was recommended through Oprah magazine, she was releasing these emotions, and I was invited to a presentation that Carolyn did, and I was literally radiating. If I could just do some of these things myself. When I first started using the Genius, I was still using some of our absolutely world-class, brilliant doctors. And once I found Carolyn's work, that is one of the things in combination with the Genius that I was able to completely take care of anything myself. In fact, I've even helped, some of the things that I've been able to do, and the Genius is so fast. When someone has a problem and asks me for help, it's literally 5 minutes. You go in, you scan. We had someone that was working for us whose grandmother was sick in Mexico, literally in a coma. And I said to her, well, let's try this. Let's try the Genius and Carolyn's work. And she literally had out of balance. There's an unconscious point, and it's lemon on the unconscious point, and it's for fear of irresponsibility. So I went in and balanced that, sent her with some physical oils for her to take down to Mexico to her, I think it was her great grandmother. And she literally came out of the coma. It was absolutely incredible. And you start to have experiences like this with the Genius that everyday miracles become no big deal. So it's like just about any problem that you could possibly need to resolve, you can at a minimum help it, and in most cases completely resolve it. And injuries, my kids are now at a point where they'll have a sports injury or something like that, and they don't realize the gift because it happens all the time. But it is literally instant. I mean, like Brendan has sprained his ankle before and thought that he was going to be out for weeks. I go in and do the anti-inflammatories, balance those different elements, and within an hour, usually he's walking around. So, and I even just used it. There's a great Joette Calab. I don't know if I can pronounce her name, but there's a woman that does great homeopathic recommendations. I literally just used the Genius to help with hernia. I mean, that's like a miracle. To not have to go.
Tell us a little bit about how that worked, how you were able to help that person.
You know, I just went into the Synergistics. They could feel, it was like hanging down elements in the lower stomach. And her recommendation is, let me look it up. It is a combination of Lycopodium 200C and, I'm not going to pronounce this right. I think it's homeopathic lead, plumbum, Plumbum, Metallicum 200. The combination of those two is supposed to really help hernia. Well, lo and behold, that was super strong, balanced it with the Synergistics, and you could literally see the lower stomach like completely go back into balance. So
that's pretty amazing. We're going to look at that Synergistics process. We're actually going to work with Sophie. Sophie, I'm really glad that you volunteered so we could work with you. And I'm going to bring you up here as a panelist in just a moment. And then Kelly is going to work with you, which is going to be a treat. You're going to absolutely be blown away. And I think your process could help people in their practice where they feel like they have to spend so much time. Your great awareness is it could happen like a frequency shift can happen in an instant. And so what's your average time that you do your balancing for?
The actual, I would say the actual balancing, maybe 30 seconds to a minute, because I can just go in, but it takes a little, you have to first go in and scan. There's sometimes that I just know what's needed and I'll just go straight to the Synergistics and test it. And if I feel strongly about it, then it's usually pretty positive, but there's sometimes that I'm completely off the mark. And that's the beauty of the Synergistics is think about how many times, this is why the Genius pays for itself. Think about how many times someone tells us about something or we see an ad for something and we think, oh my gosh, I need that. So what I'll do in those situations is I'll go in and test in the Synergistics and then I'll just throw it into a panel, create a panel, and then I don't have to physically buy it. So I would say
that's awesome. That is awesome. That is so cool. You have a lot of really good pearls to teach people. And I want to welcome Sophie to our event of the year. Sophie, thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, nice to be with you guys.
And Sophie, you're going to have a treat today. You're going to get a scan from Kelly. And so we're going to start out. I'm going to use this on my iPad Pro here, and we're going to record your voice here. So you've been a long time practitioner, so you know how this all works.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yes.
That's for Sophie. And so, all right, Sophie, I'm going to have you say your name and your date of birth. And so in just a moment, I'll cue you and then I'll start recording. So I'll start recording your voice here in 3, 2, 1. I'm recording.
My name is Sophie Gelati Salcedo and my date of birth is March 26, 1966. I am a powerful spiritual being, protected and healthy at all times.
Perfect. That was actually just, you almost knew the timing there. That's so perfect. Okay. And we'll just take her picture in just a moment. And so, Sophie, is there anything that you're working on in particular, something you're trying to perfect, make better, transform?
Well, I have been so busy that I haven't even taken care of myself. So I am dealing just this week with a shoulder pain in the right shoulder and hip pain on the left hip.
Oh, pain on the left hip. Okay.
Left hip and right shoulder. So I could work on that.
Wonderful.
because I haven't had time to run the Genius on me.
That's great. So I'm really glad that you volunteered so we could give to you when you've given so much to other people. So that's a wonderful opportunity for us to work with you. And in just a moment, I'm going to go ahead and bring up our genius on screen here. And so what do you think about just hip injury? What do you start to think of, Kelly?
We usually cell salts or homeopathic silica is associated with the hips. So the first thing I would do is just immediately test in the Synergistics Highlands Silica 6X.
I love how you're just sort of going to go right to the source there, and you're not going to waste any time. This is what I mean about, like, you're a busy practitioner, I'm just saying somebody might be a busy practitioner. And so you just sort of use your knowledge base and just sort of dive right in there. And also, you are a big proponent of cell salts, even just using cell salts, which is a type of homeopathy based on the elements in the blood that have been made into these homeopathic remedies. They're not quite homeopathic because they're like 6X and 12X, so they're still substance more than they are pure energy. But why do you like the cell salt so much?
Oh my gosh, along with all, there's so many miracles within the genius. I tend to focus on the solutions instead of diagnosis.
Right. That's good.
You look at the Bach flowers, the solfeggios, the nogiers, all of those. And then I can't explain it, but I don't know if I saw it at the store, but something was just telling me that there are miracles in these cell salts. And there's actually a book called Facial Diagnosis of Cell salt deficiencies, I think it's called, where you can
facial diagnosis of cell salt deficiencies.
Yes, and you can literally just look at your face and whatever. I mean, it's that in combination with the genius is. We live in California, and there's so many people that go and get Botox and all these different crazy procedures. Oh my gosh, the right cell salts or moving the right, what became clear to me as I was using the Bach flowers, the cell salts, and all of these energetic elements is when you move the blockage, the wrinkle, the scar, the whatever, like, for instance, Bach flower elm will literally, if you feel like your face is a little bit droopy, it will literally lift it back up instantly.
Now, which exact cell salt is that? Because I'm sure a lot of people are writing that down in their notes.
If you have, for instance, silica, we were talking about silica. If you have any vertical lines on your face, that is silica. If you have
silica cell salt.
Silica cell salt. If you have
that's cool.
If you have crow's feet, it is cell salt calc fluor. If you have there are two different types. What you learn through this book is there are two different types of bags. There's the oval half moon bags that go down under. That is nat sulf. And then if you get that puffiness immediately under your eyelashes, that is nat myrrh, sodium chloride. And you get to a point where you can look at people and you can tell exactly what their deficiencies are. And it's a miracle when you either test in the synergistics or run the frequency or take the physical cell salt. You can literally see it change right in front of your eyes. And same thing with the Bach flowers. The Bach flowers will do the same thing, or even any kind of energy blockage. This is why the genius saves you so much money, because there's no need to go out and spend money on expensive facial creams or Botox or surgery or whatever it is that people are doing. You do it instantly.
That is absolutely awesome. And that's very, very exciting to hear. So so you started off with the synergistics. Go ahead and tell us what you would do next.
Okay, so for the hip pain, I would just test Highland Silica 6X and see if that's, I don't know if that's the main, and this is the beauty too, is this will tell, the Synergistics will tell you, is that the root cause or is there something else? And this could be a situation where I could be completely off base, but usually anything associated with the hips is homeopathic silica.
Now, the thing that's so interesting about the cell salts is that they are so dang inexpensive. Like they are so reasonably priced. I love anything that's so accessible to people. Like it's ridiculous. Like what does it cost for one bottle of cell salt? Like $6 or something?
Exactly. And that, they just need to market the heck out of that. But they, let's see. Okay, look.
So what do you think?
It's full circle in the body, right? Am I looking at that right? Purple? The purple is full circle?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Full circle for the body, and purple is the body.
Yes. So ideally, it's best to have all, as many circles as you can, but I guarantee you that that's going to shift something significant.
Mm-hmm.
Sophie, what do you think about that? Would you ever have expected to see the whole body circle be filled?
I'm not surprised that it's the body because the way it is, I think it's an injury. I had a labral tear in that hip, and I probably, when I'm tired and things are not really recovering as fast when I do yoga and Pilates, and so I think that's what it is that it pulled a little bit too much on everything around, the tissue around, and so that's the body, not so much of I would say something more of the emotions.
Okay. So what would you do next, Kelly?
Well, I would just click begin analysis again and see if it balances, and I would just click it until it balances.
Now, I want to really understand this, but we haven't run any frequency. So if we haven't run the frequency, how is it working?
You know what? I have no idea. There's so many elements of the genius that people will ask me, and I'm like, I don't know. I can't explain it. All I can tell you is it works. That's the bottom line. And
would that make more sense just to run silica for like a minute on her and then retest it?
So part of the reason
are you maybe you're thinking if she thinks of it.
Mm-hmm. I think it's the intention,
training it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's try. So now if we do it a second time.
Well, and this is why this is just so fast, because you don't have to go back in, find the frequency, run it for a minute. You just do this. And a lot of times the circles will change. It might move into the mind, it might move into, and then you click it again.
It moved into the mind. So what is that? So how do you interpret it?
That's why I think it's the engagement of the intention.
Yeah. Okay, so click it again.
So it's moved into the mind from the body. So she is thinking her intention consciously and training Highland Silica 6X into that labral tear hip area. And she's thinking about it. And when we test it a second time, it tells us that it's moved from the body into the mind. Let's try it again.
I usually find it only takes a few times. Now, I do have a friend whose daughter has schizophrenia, and she's the most wonderful person in the world, but nothing was working on her daughter. And she would call me and I would do a quick scan, and I literally wouldn't run anything. And I would just do this. And her daughter would go from destroying the house to completely stopping in seconds.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Well, now what you're actually looking for is, once it's taking, is you're actually looking for the circles to fill in less, right?
Exactly. So I would say I would stop there or go test it one more time. But what sometimes happens is when it starts to balance like that, if you click it again, it may go back and and be needed again. So when it's like that, it's pretty good. A lot of times sometimes depending on what it is, I'll click it again or I'll just leave it.
All right. So let's try it one more time.
And that's how
Go ahead.
And then you're done. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. It may go back to be needed again.
Yeah, it went back to being needed again. It's filled up the spiritual circle 100%, and it's filled up the body 100%.
Okay, so I will click it again.
Do it again?
Yes. And this is what I do as I'm running around with my 3 kids, or when I'm working, or like in that situation where I had to, okay, so I would click it again.
All right, well, let's talk about this a little bit. So what are you ultimately looking for? You're looking for everything to not be, none of the circles to be filled in?
Exactly.
All right, let me let's come back to this in a minute, because there's some other things, really important things I do want to talk about with you. Is it okay if we test Sophie for oil on point and you talk a little bit about that process and what that's meant for you?
Yes, definitely. I don't have my book I have my ebook.
I have the book, so I can look it up and help you. I know, I figured with you traveling to Hawaii and being crazy and you taking the time still to be with us. So I got the book, and let's make sure that we know. All right, so we're analyzing all of the libraries for Sophie, and we're going to go ahead, and now we're going to go to our libraries. We're going to look for library in particular, and we're going to go here, and let's see how it is. Oh my goodness, where is let's bring up show the keyboard here.
And I truly find that Carolyn has hit every point on the body, any particular problem. I mean, even like if there's an injury point, there's a tendon point, muscle point, like list a problem, and I guarantee you that she's got a solution for it.
Oh no, she's amazing. Here it is, emotional pattern clearing with essential oils. Okay, perfect. So the library, just to get the name over here, go right ahead.
The difficult thing about her book is it's at least 100 pages of line by line by line of different options, which can become overwhelming. And it's like, well, where do I go? And that's where using it with the genius allows you to really hit the bullseye of what is most important and get to that tip of the pyramid. Where we had a situation with my mother-in-law where she was in the hospital, and the hospital was overwhelmed because they were like, she's got a kidney problem and a liver problem and a bone problem and a this problem and a that problem. And we just can't address all of these problems. And then our brilliant Dr. Harper would say, well, let's get to the tip of the iceberg and figure out what is completely out of balance that brings her system back into harmony. And that's what the genius allows you to do.
The cool thing about this also is that you can look up in her book, you can look up the oil, you could look up the emotion, you can kind of tap in there in any way. So the first oil is Mountain Savory, and Mountain Savory, and it says for the emotion of being obstinate. And do you also have a daughter, Sophie?
Yeah.
How old is your daughter?
17.
17. So, I mean, this could be your emotion, this could be her emotion. And
we're going through college applications.
Okay. Well, do you think so? Anyway, the obstinate, this could be, I'm allowing you like the luxury of it. Maybe her, the 17-year-old, it's a very teenage emotion as well. But it's interesting that it's associated with the liver, according to Carolyn. And I think that's interesting because connective tissue in Chinese medicine is associated with the liver.
But the liver, you see it on my face.
You have liver stress on your face as well. I can't see it that well because we don't have a good.
My eyes are like the raccoon eyes.
Oh yeah, sometimes you do see almost it looks like allergic shiners on people. I don't see it that much on you. Oh, do we lose you, Kelly? She's frozen. Or are you there? Are you there, Kelly?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I don't think you were frozen. I think we like lost you just for a second there. So tell us a little bit about your thoughts about these that are coming up, or do you want me to read on any of the other ones? Do you have a hit about one of them in particular?
Well, what I would do is I would just take all the reds and blues and put it into progressive insights, because that's really all that matters. So
let's take a few of them. I'm just going to, because there's so many, let's take like the top 10. So we're going to have to actually manually, count here, approximately 10. I won't say, perfect. Well, actually, look, it's going to give us the count down below. So yeah, let's look at the ones that are the top ones. And because progressive insights, as Ryan Williams shared in day 1, which you can watch on YouTube, he shared a lot about what progressive insights is meant to do. And it's really meant to do a comparison of all the libraries that you've selected and placed into the main whole tray. So let's go ahead and take care of that and go into progressive insights. And what is the top essential oil on point that comes up for her here? That's going to be very interesting. Wow. Unbelievable. That's the same one.
Wow.
The same one comes up. That's a really significant. I would try to find some mountain savory because that's a really rare that we have that sort of come back up in both places. So that's really interesting. The next one is rosemary on the locus ceruleus point. Any idea where that is? Is that somewhere? Is that a brain point?
Probably. I would have to, let me look.
Well, rosemary is usually for something in the brain. It's very,
exhaustion. That would make sense.
So, well, rosemary and the locus ceruleus point is for self-sabotage or other sabotage. Is an interesting one. And then we have another one, which is it called genius? Genius on the brain, yes, for the emotional clearing of brain fog. So there's some brain and cognitive ones in there. Any thoughts for us, Sophie?
For the sabotage, I could see that. For the brain fog, I don't know.
No, you're not having any brain fog. Well, that's good.
Not personally, no.
Well, Ariel, what I find also is that when you balance the top 1 or 2 items, then it's like you don't even have to go into all the other elements.
See, that's important. That's what I wanted to really bring to light with your discussion today. That's what I really wanted to talk about with you and think about, was really about this, that you are very particular. You only work with a few of the top frequencies. And why do you do that?
I think it's my experience with Dr. Harper, where he would say, well, like I would go in and I'd say, I have this and this and this and this and this. And he'd be like, oh, okay, well, let's see where the top priority is and when we actually balance that, look at how everything else comes in. And a lot of times it's just stress or emotions. And what's so amazing to me, I think all the problems that I had to deal with Brendan was what the genius makes you realize is any problem that you're faced with is an opportunity to learn how to solve something. And it's absolutely amazing to me how your interactions with people and how emotions can literally trigger physical problems. And our general medical industry just goes in and treats the problem, the physical problem. But what you start to learn through the genius is that our mind and our spirit are so much more powerful and so much more healing than the physical body just comes in line when you move the blocked energies through the mind and the spirit, especially when you get into the emotions and anything impacting your spirit, your body just takes off and heals.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's awesome. Yeah, I think that, and that's an awesome explanation. I just love your less is more. What do you think about the necessity for somebody to set the genius on 0 and just run it all night?
It's just, you know what? I believe some of it is that if you think it's going to help, I think that the power of the mind, that if you think that setting it over, that we live in a world where we all think more is better, but what the genius teaches you is that the only thing you need to do is move the energy blockage.
Yes, just move the block. Just know where the block is as identified by the genius, and then move it, and then get on with the rest of your day.
Exactly. And then the other thing that Dr. Harper always says, and this is a pretty common analogy within the holistic world, is that it's layers. So you have to peel the layers of the onion and go layer by layer by layer. And as you peel away those layers, it heals. But I also believe that there is I just don't have time, and I just need to get it done. And so, because I think I can do it, I just do it. So I think I think that what is in the power of the mind of whoever is running it is a major factor also. So,
yeah,
so just
the thing that we haven't really talked about that's so important is to remember that the genius is a broadcaster of your intention. So whatever intention you hold for your client or for yourself or for your family, that is being amplified every time that you are focusing and present with your genius practice and sending the frequencies. It's a radionic effect. It's really sending your thoughts as well as the frequencies. And I think that that's why people who are really clear about what their intention is and what their intention is for their client, and they understand the implications of that, I think that that's why they get better results.
Yes. I think there's so much within the power of the mind, and it just blows me away how quickly you can do something with the genius. Part of it for us too is that we're a highly sensitive family. We absorb everything. And I just started to find that it started for me. When I first got the app, I would run it for 10 minutes and it would blow me out. Like, I was like, oh, this isn't good for me. And then the person that told me about it said, well, back it off. Don't run it as much. So I moved it down to 3 minutes, and then down to 1 minute, and then down to 10 seconds. And then I started to realize I could just do it through the Synergistics.
That's absolutely awesome. That's great. And, you know, if you read The Power of 8, a book by Lynn McTaggart, she's done scientific research about just the power of intention. And she's researched the power of people working together and setting their intention. But the point is that when you are intending something, your thoughts are really, really powerful. They, because of our neurological system, we literally are broadcasting out waves of energy with our thoughts. And the genius is able to, as you're broadcasting out your frequencies, your thoughts are also being broadcast out in this sort of mysterious way with quantum technology. And so that's important to remember, you know, to be very intentional about what it is you want. I think your clarity of intention of what you're doing allows you to work at a faster pace. And I just want people to be aware of your ability, because it would help them to work more efficiently in what they're doing. Do you have any additional thoughts about that?
Yeah, I think the genius really teaches us less is more. It works on just a whole different, I don't know if it's dimension, wavelength. People ask me and I just say, I don't know. I can't explain it. All I can say is it works. So, and when I first bought it and I was like, this is too good to be true. There's no way this works. And one thing that always impacts me is constipation. The first time that I ran it, large intestine was out. I ran it and I could literally feel my gut moving. And I was like, this is unbelievable.
Well, let's see what the genius says about cell salts. Let's see what it says about injuries so we can continue. Sophie, do you have anything that you want to jump in there and let us know or tell us?
No, for me, right from the beginning, it came when we were on the Synergistics, I was thinking of the power of intention. I don't know how it really works in the background of the technological aspect of the function. But
it's hard to explain. And it has to do with the proprietary nature of these coders that know how to actually code these quantum biofeedback programs, about how it sort of, has wings to take on those thoughts. But we do know that it does seem to work. The people who seem to get very good results seem to be very clear with their intention. Of course, that's just our, really our conjecture about this. Now, interestingly enough,
I'm checking because I talk about my hip and my shoulder, and we talk about the hip more. We didn't talk about the shoulder. So the shoulder is the same. The hip is a little bit less, I would say.
Okay. So your pain is more in your shoulder.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's not that bad. And I was in a Pilates class this morning, so I felt it. So I think that from a practitioner standpoint, I would be. I think it has a lot to do with how I engage my client. I'm a psychologist, so I see clients in therapy, and I mentioned that I could help them another way, and I mentioned the genius. And
it's funny you say that you're a psychologist. Because you probably have a depth of emotion. I almost wanted to ask you if you were a Scorpio sun. Do you know what your astrology is?
Yes, I'm an Aries, and I am ascendant Scorpio.
Yeah, and little Miss, Kelly over here is a Scorpio sun, as interestingly enough. The reason I was asking is that the points that were coming up for you, the oil on point, the emotions, there was so much depth in the emotions that were coming up. And it reminded me of somebody who's just a very, very deep, can go very deep, is very much in touch with their emotions, and has gone through a lot of emotional processing themselves. Does that apply to you at all?
Well, I have my take on emotions. I learned about. I have that personal philosophy of any emotion that I'm dealing with. What I'll do is I just get it out if it bothers me. I don't keep things within, because I have seen when I work in cancer research, I've seen that a pattern was that a lot of these ladies who were dealing with breast cancer had repressed anger, repressed emotion. And I don't think that an anger that is repressed, an emotion that is repressed, is an emotion that is stagnant, that lingers. And so that's how I deal with emotions personally. I like to just process, get them out, speak them out, and move on.
Well, a lot of people aren't even aware of their emotions. So the genius can help to sort of dial that in. We're trying to get this camera set up. What I'm showing on the camera right now, on the camera feed, is specifically a new item that we're including with all the remedy plates. And also it's a bonus for Black Friday special. And it's a wristband. We were using the silicone wristbands on their own, but we've since adopted this special wristband that has a hologram within it. Yeah. And so it has one on both sides. Now, this is going to be much more amenable to picking up the frequencies and holding the frequencies for that particular person. So you can imprint in the frequencies into the wristband.
Mhm.
And I think this will really, really be more powerful for people than just the simple silica wristbands that we were using, even though those were pretty powerful and they did seem to hold the frequency. It's like,
And you know what I did? With this, because I had the silicone one, and my husband was dealing with the back pain, and I could not get before his trip any of those. So I bought. Let me show you. I bought stickers. You see the stickers?
Yeah, we have those. Yeah, we have those.
And what I did is I tape it. I put the frequency in the hologram, and then I taped it to the silicone band. And he held for a month on this silicone band, and it actually worked for him. He had no back pain whatsoever for a month.
That's the idea. It's going to hold the frequency better.
So in the meantime, until we get those bands, I mean,
yeah, you can just take the silica band and put a hologram sticker on it.
Because I don't know if there are people like me who have a stock of silicone bands.
Yeah, I got it. You want to use the sticker until you use up those bands. And these bands are a bit more expensive to buy at wholesale. So I completely understand why you might want to do that. But we want to give people that option. We want to kind of take it up a level. Now, the cell salts coming up for you are potassium chloride. And there's the silica, there's the one that Kelly talked about in cell salt. These are cell salts. And mag phos. What can you tell us about mag phos, Kelly?
Oh, mag phos is like the cell salt version of arnica. And that could be a lot of times what I learned. My husband had a shoulder issue, and what we learned is that the lung and the shoulder are connected. So usually if there's something going on with the shoulder, there is and your lungs are associated with exhaustion. So it sounds like she has a lot of stress right now. Like one of Carolyn's oil on point is Young Living Lime on the lung point for exhaustion. The other ones that came up, Cali Myrrh is for lungs and vascular system. And mag phos is just inflammation. It's literally, like I said, the arnica of cell salts.
That's really cool. Now, what I did for people who are watching is I took the reds and the blues. Now, sometimes there's confusion, which is the red, the blue, which one should you use? So one technique that you can use is to put all your reds and blues into the main whole tray in a single category, and then use Progressive Insights to find the very highest remedy, because Progressive Insights is a higher level of algorithmic testing than the rest of the program. You're getting a more refined testing per the coding with Progressive Insights. So now, interestingly enough, ferrum phos. What can you tell us about ferrum phos?
Well, and ferrum phos is typically just inflammation. Anywhere there's inflammation, ferrum phos will take care of it. So that's really cool. Could just be, the shoulder and the hip could just be inflammation that needs the ferrum phos. So
that's really cool. To try the ferrum phos in the Synergistics, like you said.
Oh, let's do that now. That's a very good idea. And then probably in the next 5 minutes or so, we'll sort of wrap everything up. And but this is fascinating. Really cool stuff.
According to the facial diagnosis of cell salt deficiencies, okay, hold on, I'm getting a call. How do I? According to the the facial diagnosis of cell salt deficiencies, ferrum phos is first stage of fever, which obviously you don't have, but any kind of pulsing and throbbing headaches, inflammation, anemia, any kind of hemorrhage, sore throat, nosebleed, colds, or flus. And what I find with the cell salts is that it goes, wow, look how strong that is. So
very strong.
There your synergistics nailed. Look at it's mind, body, and spirit. And here, let me see if I can find the emotional components in the book of emotional components. It's like a reference book. Ferrum phos. this isn't, hold on. Okay.
Oh, we're losing your feed a little bit, Kelly. Go, keep going. You're doing good.
Okay, ferrum phos is at first stimulation and overheating, followed by dullness and listlessness. So that could, that's stress. So
yeah. Well,
it's interesting because each one has a very specific, like Callie Murr is family issues, irritability, apathy, homesickness, tendency to hypochondria. Like each one has, it's so interesting to me how everything in the world connects back.
We're getting a little bit of. Okay.
Here.
Hopefully it'll come through better now. I wanted to run 1 minute just on ferrum phos and then go back to the synergistics and see now if we put in. So the idea would be, which I think it's better just to run the frequency, but I like your efficiency for sure. And I'm going to put ferrum phos cell salt. Like that.
But how the Progressive Insights nailed it like a much stronger tip of the iceberg than the silica. The silica would have been lower on the pyramid. So
what you're looking for ultimately is the undoing of the circle. So I just want people to know that, because we're gonna have to wrap things up soon. So you'd like to run the frequency and then check it in Synergistics. First it's needed, and then you want to see when it's not needed. And so we're already having a reduction of the size of the circles that are completed. Are we on to the right thing, Kelly? Is that where you're going with all this?
Look at your original one was full. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. It was full.
Yeah, we can see the difference in the photos.
Yeah, it was full circle, red, yellow, and purple. So mind, you literally hit all three: mind, body, spirit. Look at that. That is like the ultimate. That really is. And then, just try clicking begin analysis again, and it may just balance.
When you say balance, what is it that you're looking for? When you say it may just balance?
For the circles to at least be close to half. They don't have to be exactly half, or less than.
You want to see, I think I would really recommend that people balance for another minute. I don't think I would just retest, but that's Kelly's jam. That's what she does. I would still balance with the genius. Like I would still go here and balance for another minute. So let's just go to the Progressive Insights for that minute, and then we would just play it for 1 minute. We're going to start to bring things together. Kelly, what would you tell people who are here? They've never heard of the genius before, or maybe they're just starting to find out quantum biofeedback. They're really intrigued. They may want to get it. They may want to make it part of their lives. What would you tell them? Oh my gosh. It pays for itself. Like I said, my husband is very analytical, sees the whole world through numbers, and literally to me, a couple of years after I started, it does take time to learn how to use it. And that's your training taught me how to do the same things that these world-class doctors we were working with were doing. And now some of them come to me asking me for help. That's amazing. That's so cool. It literally pays for itself. You'd be crazy not to, because it's like an investment. And for my husband to say, okay, this was definitely worth it, is an absolute miracle, because spending 5 cents is a big deal to him. Like he will drive blocks to save $3 for valet parking. And I can vouch for that. I know, for having known you for all this time, like you're not exaggerating. Yeah. So that's amazing that he feels that, just based on he's such an financial guru and knows so much about investing. And yet he said, this has been one of the best investments that we've made, because he can see that his pediatrics bill went from a very high amount to a very low amount, that you were able to resolve a lot of those things for your family where they didn't need to get medical care, which probably wouldn't have resolved their issue anyway.
Anyway, well, and that's what he was saying. Exactly. Like I can't say enough about you. You know, you do have to use it. You take the time to learn how to use it and trial and error of what works and what doesn't. But he literally said to me last night, he goes, "Are you going to tell them how it balances me when I'm difficult?" I mean, literally, it saved my marriage too, because he is, according to Carolyn Mind's body types, he is the most difficult body type there is.
Which is a brain, right? Which is the brain in Carolyn Mind's body types.
Yes. So, and for him to say that to me, please tell them how it really helps us.
That's really funny. That's cute, actually, that it came from him. That's adorable. Sophie, thank you so much. Did we answer any of your questions or help you in any way today?
Well, I think I'm feeling better, but I'm still having some understanding issue about the synergistics being used that way.
It's what she does is she wants to see the circles fill in the beginning.
Yeah, but
I would say that. Go ahead. Go right ahead.
Did you see that it was back to where it was before you run it?
Yeah, I did. But I'm just telling you what the idea is behind it is how the way that Kelly uses it is that she does a scan and it fills in a lot. And I would suggest you go back and run those frequencies, and she's looking for the circles to not fill up in the post, showing that it's no longer needed. That's the idea. We just want people to understand the philosophy and the idea behind what she's doing. It's not a perfect system. We want to give people ideas so that they can sort of, trot it out and use it for themselves and see if it resonates.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I think the difficult thing becomes for me, well, how long should you run the frequency? And I think they're different, you can intuitively say it or run the pendulum or, and that's really where the synergistics came in, as I would just like press it a couple of times, it bounces, and I was like, okay, I'm done. So
it's interesting. We've gone from some different sort of colors, but I think this is very much like the old aura function, in that we've moved from sort of these reds and yellows in the beginning, working on sort of third chakra, maybe first chakra. And if we go to the last one, we see that we've moved clearly into a much higher realm of the purples and the blues and even connecting to the heart. Not sure about that, the sort of the reddish brownish inside. That's really interesting. That may still be sort of purging emotions and the physical.
I think about grounding when I see that.
Yeah, that's a good way. So you're getting more grounded, but also your energy has gone higher. Like there's a higher vibration to all of those colors. Well, Sophie, thank you for so much, because nobody was volunteering. That was so kind and gracious of you to volunteer. And I do hope drink some water, because the frequencies may continue to reverberate with you over the next 24 hours. And
thank you, Kelly, for your insight on using the synergistics.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for all you both do for the world. We all have to make the world a better place.
All right, I'm going to let Sophie go first before we, Sophie, thank you again. And then we'll let Kelly go into some moment here. Okay, so Kelly, I really want to thank you so much for all you do to help other people. You help a lot of people with your genius, and it's amazing because you're juggling so many things for your family and your family business, and still you're there when people need you. And you come up with this great idea about the synergistics, and also brought us the power of Carolyn Mind's essential oil. So thank you so much for being part of our genius community.
Well, thank you. It's all a result of your training and the app and everything, because literally you can move anything, just scan, move the energy, and you're done. So
scan, move the energy, and you're done. I think that's a good thing for people to take away from all of this. Scan, move the energy, and you're done. It doesn't have to be belabored. We don't have to do it all day. We don't have to do it for 24 hours. You scan and then you move on. So that is absolutely wonderful. Well, Kelly, I want you to enjoy your vacation, and we'll see you again soon, hopefully.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Great interview. And I think Kelly's perspective is so, so important, because I think people do sometimes spend too much time. You know, when Ryan, in 2011, we had the original form of the genius, which was called the Infinity. And I joined in about 2012. That's when I started doing my trainings. And 2016, he moved into developing the genius, and he's been really evolving it ever since. But when he had that point of infinity to genius, he looked at everything and he said, I want people to spend less time balancing. And he sort of accelerated the power of the frequency so it would work in a very short amount of time. And that's why we have things like the rectification percentage to really gauge whether you're making progress. But you can really make significant progress, I think, in a session that's under 15 minutes of really being skillful about what you're selecting, looking at the rectification percentage, doing a rescan, maybe choosing some new frequencies, but you can go pretty quickly. And then, of course, you can export these frequencies to your client where they can reinforce them on a daily basis. Well, I do want to call for a new volunteer, and it's probably going to be a little while before we get to your scan, but please, if you'd like a scan, and if you've never had one before and you want to scan, especially with the experts that we have today, then please volunteer by putting your date of birth into the chat area anytime that we're talking. Please go right ahead and put your information in there, because we are going to do a scan with our next guest, and we have such an awesome guest, and thank you so much for being patient. We're just running a little bit behind on time. And so in just a moment, I want to welcome her in. She, like I said, she's super talented, and we're so grateful that she's become part of our genius community, because it's almost like she's always been a part of it, because she's such a natural at doing this type of energy medicine, this type of energetic work that we do. So really, really appreciate her and want to introduce her. So our next guest is Beth Foley, and I'm going to call you up as a panelist in just a minute, Beth. But she uses holistic therapy to work with all aspects of health and well-being. Beth strives on identifying imbalances and finding that main disruptor for not only the body, but the mind. You can find her at balancingemotions.co.uk. The reason to interact with Beth is that you want a session that has depth to it. And she's so good at identifying the emotions that may be blocking you and making that connection to what your physical issue might be. She just uses so many multifactorial skills, including her genius. So Beth, I'm going to call you up here now. Just so happy that you're joining us. And she's going to be up here in just a moment. Lisa has volunteered. So Lisa, Beth's the perfect person to volunteer. So Lisa, we're going to work on you as soon as we just get a chance to visit with Beth, find out her perspective and how she works with people here. So let me just go ahead and get her set up here so that she can speak with us. And thank you to everybody who's part of our Genius event of the year. We really greatly appreciate you. Well, hello, Beth. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Apart from my throat, but that's another story. But yes, I'm very good.
It's the loveliest time of the year when you get all types of throat stuff and coughs and things like that.
It's funny. I've actually, for the first time, realised that I get this throat thing this time of year, and I have done for the last 10 years. And I suddenly thought yesterday, I thought, oh my God, I need to do this, because this happens every single year for 10 years, and I didn't realise. So I started using the Genius this morning and having a look to see what it was that was actually start triggering it off. And one of the things, was, apart from the weather, is chemtrails. So it's a work in progress.
Interesting. So that's what came up when you were testing for it. When you cleared them out, did it seem to get a little bit better?
It's literally shifting.
That's very exciting, actually. I love it.
So yeah.
Well, Beth, tell us a little bit about. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, I was going to also say I was also wondering if it's also connected with the fact this is a time when people go and get their flu vaccinations, and so there's a lot of shedding around probably this time of year, and other people who are quite sensitive will be kind of prone to getting that kind of energy in their fields.
We want to be a little careful just about what we talk about, just because we're on our
Yes.
lovely wide.
Oh,
But you
Yeah.
definitely should come back and be with us during the podcast on our Rumble channel, where we can talk more clearly. Because I'd love
yes,
to find out what you're doing.
yes,
What
indeed.
you're doing about all of that. And we want to get into that a little bit, really deal with the reality of a situation. Beyond that, for the moment, let's just go back to basics. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what kind of healing you do in your practice.
So I've been a practitioner for a good couple of decades now. I started off as a reflexologist, doing reflexology, and then that led me to things like becoming a Reiki master. And then I went into the bioresonance machine, of the Vega machine, which I really loved. But as time went on, I was so grateful to actually come across the Genius, because to me it was like the missing link.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I am a body code practitioner, Dr. Bradley Nelson body code, and I think the machine and this together, is fantastic. The two are just wonderful, because I can double check, if you like, and if I'm working with someone with a body code and I say, oh yes, this, I'll run their voice through the machine, and suddenly we go, yeah, bingo. And it's just kind of like having that
it
backup.
confirms what you were thinking based on your understanding of the emotion code analysis. It confirms what you would have come up with.
Yes, indeed. So it's
really cool.
It's just such a and also I think for me, I used to have clients come in person, but all my work is done remote. And one of the biggest things I find is that when you have a client that comes and they say, I'm not getting better, and they've got their homeopathic remedies or whatever, and I would say to them, can you bring your bottles with you? And they bring their little bottles with them, and they say they're not getting better, and I'd say, well, that little bottle should have lasted you 2 weeks and is half full, and we're now a month or so down the line, so that's probably why we're not seeing a change here. So with the Genius, you're sending the frequencies to their capsule, and it's their responsibility. So they have to engage in whatever's going on in their life. So they have to actually use the capsule. So this is a brilliant thing. Tell me
a little bit about the difference between when you gave somebody a remedy to physically take versus when you give them a capsule to run the frequencies. Tell me about their compliance. What is the difference between which one they do versus which one they don't do?
Well, most people now are doing it with the capsule because obviously it's very cost effective for a start.
But is there more? I've always had this problem with I came out of naturopathic school, right? Yeah. Naturopathic. I went 4 years for naturopathic medical college. Okay. In this college, we learned all types of diagnosis. We learned all types of analysis. We learned labs and physical exams. And the main mechanism for treating people was you take this herb, you take this homeopathic, you take this supplement, but getting people to take the supplement for 3 weeks, 6 weeks, oh my stars. And you find that people will run the capsule energy and they enjoy it, that they actually do it.
Yeah. And it's not unpleasant because you can listen to it. It's got nice sounds. And even with the news system now, that you can even have a play around, and there's different sounds if you don't like the chimes and the bells. So, and you don't even have to have the sound on as long as you're near the device. And I think that's so important, and so again, it's such a good tool to have, and it's almost like a comfort blanket because you can take it anywhere. You don't have to physically take it. I mean, for children, it's brilliant because obviously they're not having to physically take that supplement. And I think a lot of people will agree with me that children do not like taking supplements. Especially if they taste aren't very great to taste. So if they can have mummy or daddy's phone with them and play something, then that's so much better.
It becomes like a fun game for them to participate in, and actually it's interesting because it for kids, they're born with a different sort of upgraded DNA, especially as we move into this age of light, and so it makes sense to them to use frequency and energy versus just taking a pill. That would it would resonate with them so much stronger. Are you finding
Mm.
that when you, for kids
I
and
am.
younger people?
I think that the thing is the length of time you play it is important, really. I find if you're running a supplement, because and not everybody needs the same amount of time. I think Kelly was saying that she's very sensitive, so it might only be a minute. But in my kind of findings, I found that if you're running a supplement code, you need to at least play it for 15 minutes.
Okay, that's good to know. So how did you come to that conclusion? Tell us a little bit about how you determined
trial and error and muscle
trial and
testing, because
error,
I'm
okay.
a great one for muscle testing. So I do a muscle test with everything, and that I found to work quite well, really. So 15 minutes is, I think, a good amount of time in order to get that supplement into the body and to stay there for at least 24 hours, and if
Wonderful.
not longer. Yeah.
That's very good. So tell us, what are some of the cases that stand out to you where they really made a profound change from using the genius frequencies?
Well, I suppose one of the ones I think of, which is now, I was trying to think if it's 2 or 3 years. I think it must be 2 years I've had the genius, that I have had one of my clients who's got horses has used the she's one of my subscription group. The subscription group's been going for, it must be at least 2 years, and she plays the codes to her horses in the barn or via an iPad, and it's really kept the cost down of having to have vets come out. So she just loves it. She's the first one, if I've not sent it on time, to say, "Where's the code?" So, and I think that to me speaks volumes. And of course, my dog, who's still running around, who probably would have been, a goner nearly 2 years ago now.
What was going on with your dog? Why was your dog going to be a goner?
Yeah, because he had cancer, and it was only when I was at the vets that the vet sort of mentioned that it was histamine driven, and I was like, what? So I went home, and then I got my dog to bark and put it all through the thing, and he came up with histamine, and so I kept playing that through the genius, and then when he went to go to the vets to have the operation, he didn't need it anymore. So that was brilliant news. And so he's still here, but we still have lots of work because he has these lymphomas. So every so often I have to run the machine to make those smaller, and I need to give him a real good blast of it at the moment.
So does it seem to work? Do they seem to subside when you give them?
Yes, they do. Yeah.
That's amazing.
The interesting thing with Teddy is that he's got a big lymphoma in his shoulder, so you'll see his shoulder is out, and then I'll run the codes on him, and his shoulder will go back to normal, and it will last for a while, and then it will go out, and then I'll have to do it again, But it's interesting, and I often think I need to give him a real good blast, consistent blast, because But yes, it's really good.
Tell us a little bit about your groups, how you run them, what you're doing in the groups. Maybe just choose one to start off with.
Okay, so I suppose the longest running has got to be what I call the Joe Dispenza group on a Monday.
Oh, and that's so fascinating. Tell us how you started that one.
Well, that was because of because of the big C. I was going along. I do meditation, and I'm a great fan of Dr. Joe Dispenza, and so I was going to go to the London group to do the conference thing, the residential, and it got cancelled. Well, before it got cancelled, we had a big group of us. We would all chat and talk about what we're going to do before we get there, and then it was cancelled, and everyone was really disappointed. So I'd only just got the genius at that point, and I just thought, I just had this idea. Well, what about if I do a group healing with anybody that wants to do it? And I think there was about 200 or 250 of us. And what I did was I said, right, okay, anybody wants to, they can send me their details. And at the time we were doing, you could have the capsule for free for 1 week. And then I got everybody together and then we just did this great big thing for 200 odd people. And then for the whole week, and then they just had to let me know how they felt about listening to the codes and what happened to them. And it was absolutely amazing. You know, people were telling me, oh, this has happened. And, you know, my stomach pains have disappeared. And, you know, I wanted a job and now I've got a job. And it just was just unbelievable. And then after that finished, a few of them said, well, actually, you know, can we carry on? We loved it. Can we carry on? And so here we are.
Carry
about
on
2
for
years.
our American friends, our North American friends means continue. Carry on.
Okay.
Carry on.
Okay. Continue. Yeah. So we've continued now for nearly, well, over 2 years, I think it is. So so every Monday I send them codes based on Joe Dispenza. So it's very kind of empowering stuff. Based on Joe's
what
work.
would be an example of something that they would receive? Would be an affirmation, or you can
yeah, it's an affirmation. So it's I connect to the divine, I'm unlimited. You know, I forget, I'm just trying to think of some of them. Let me have a look on here. I've got loads of them, but some of the ones that I think I've taken them from becoming supernatural. So a lot of them will be things like,
this is Joe Dispenza's book, Becoming Supernatural.
Yeah,
and so some of the things that he's mentioned, describe his philosophy, you put them in there. That's great.
Yeah. So it'll be things like, I leave sadness behind and I'm inspired by a joyful day. I never try to analyze or figure out my desires or dreams or where they're going to come from, as my new self would never think that way. So I'll give you a little bit of an example. And it's just been incredible because, you know, people say, oh my God, this happened and that happened. And
no, I love it. And, you know, just the point where people feel like they're being addressed personally, where you're sending them an affirmation that really resonates for them, like in and of itself, that is a great service that they really can't, you know, get very easily in another form. And they love to see those things that arrive in their quantum capsules, affirmations being one of the easiest for them to understand. So they don't have to know what the remedy is. They don't have to understand the medical aspect, but an affirmation, everybody gets that. It's one of the best things to really send your client is an affirmation.
Yes.
And we're going to ask we have our volunteer. A volunteer is somebody that you can see in the chat who volunteered there, Lisa J. I think
Lisa Jackson, yes.
Yeah, I think you know. And she knows because she's in the chat there. So yes, we're going to get her in just a moment to come in here. But one thing I just want to talk about before we do that is how you use numbers. So you use a lot of numbers. Tell us a little bit about that perspective and what you're doing with that.
Well, numbers fascinate me. I teach something called the balance procedure, which is all based on numbers, and each number represents something. So it's not just your date of birth. So if, you know, we can look at your date of birth and we can say that the first number in your date of birth will represent the attributes that you're bringing into this life, into this world. And so when I'm looking at someone, I'm not just looking at their date of birth, but also when we do a rectification on the genius, I'll look at it to see what it means to the person. So not, you know, if it's a 27%, to me that's good, because the 2 and 7 equals 9, and 9's about completion. So we take it so that they're we look at, we say nine chakras, if you like, or 9 numbers in that are important. So you've got your 1 to 9. Obviously the 1 is representative of the base chakra. 2 is going to be the sacrum, and then the 3 is obviously solar plexus, heart, and so on and so forth. And then when we go up past 7, we're going to say 8 is magenta, and that's about transformation. And then 9 is the spiral, and it's about completion. So
that's wonderful.
So to me, I loved when I'm working with someone and we're looking at the genius, the numbers mean a lot to me from that aspect, just to explain to me what's happening.
That is absolutely really cool. Yeah, I love, maybe when we work with Lisa here, we can have her, we can look at the numbers there so you can give the example. I don't know why I'm having a tough time bringing her up to a panelist. So Lisa, maybe you can check on that. I don't know if it's something that is going on with you or just getting a weird some weird things going on there. We want to make sure that she's included. Let's just sort of switch this around here. And all right. So are the groups, while I'm arranging this, let me just ask you a couple of questions. Are the groups the main way that you're interacting with people these days?
No.
It's more individual.
I do more individual. I have 3 or 4 groups running. I've got a weight loss group. I've got I'm starting a hormone group soon. And then
that's great. That's cool.
And I have what I call my people in remission group, which is a Friday, which are chronic illnesses. So they're ones that I've worked with that have gone from chronic states to now in remission. So they use the frequencies just to keep everything okay. So, and in those kind of codes, I'm looking at things like stem cells. I'm looking at telomeres. I'm looking at DNA. I'm looking at chromosomes. And then obviously for me, when I'm working with chronic health, because that's one of my babies that I like. I like somebody that's been told they've got no chance, and that's who I like to work with. So I have
tell us about some success that you've had with that. When somebody says, I've tried everything, there's nothing more I can do. Nobody's been able to help me, Beth. I'm not even sure there's anything that you can do. What's been your experience with that?
Loads, actually. Loads.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Unfortunately, I think the worst part is that when you work with people who've got the big C and they get over it and you go, oh, that's fantastic, please share with everyone. They don't want to, because they don't want to kind of put the energy out there in case somebody goes, and then it comes back or whatever. And I always say to people, no one can make that claim that anybody's cured unless the person themselves has actually died, because the word cure means that it's never ever come back in your whole entire life. So therefore, if you're still living, you can't say you've cured. The only thing you can say you've cured is actually something which is baby sickness, when someone's got the mother is feeling sick when she's pregnant, because obviously when it goes away it won't come back. So you can say you cured that, but
that's funny.
Anything else you can't. So there's many people I worked with different types of things, prostate, breasts, all that kind of thing. My thing that I like the most is obviously digestive, because that's very akin to myself, having had lots of digestive issues in my past. So I like to, and I have a protocol that I use for that. But so yeah, I had one woman who came to me and she just said, oh, get rid of some emotions or do something, I know I'm going to die shortly and all the rest of it. And then I said to her after a couple of sessions, I said, are you going to see your oncologist? And she said, yeah. She said, it's not funny, they're going to tell me how long I've got now. And I just smiled at her. And she said, why are you smiling? I said, no, I didn't mean to smile. And then she phoned me up and she said, you knew, didn't you? She said, I've been given the all clear. And I said, yeah, I did. I didn't want to say anything.
That's amazing. That is amazing. I'm very proud of that.
So there's been quite a few of things like that. And so from that aspect, I really love what I do. And I think all of us practitioners who use the Genius have all had the most amazing experiences. And it's really good that I'm part of this wonderful team to help everybody. And for those for other practitioners who are out there who haven't had a go with chronic stuff, please look at, if I'll give you my my protocol, which is endocannabinoid system, the vagus nerve, the Krebs cycle, methylation, and mitochondria. They're the 5 things I look at straight off the bat, as you say.
Oh, well, slow down and tell us that one more time. I think Lisa will just have to have her with her voice. We can't get her up as a panelist. Let's so tell people again the 5 systems that you go through on a regular basis.
Endocannabinoid system.
Okay.
Vagus nerve.
Okay.
Methylation. The Krebs cycle.
Very cool.
And mitochondria.
Now, well, the Krebs cycle is, isn't that the same as the citric acid cycle? Isn't that the mitochondrial cycle itself?
It is, but it's breaking it down further.
Okay, that's very cool. Well, I always
Oh,
love like
actually, mitochondria
that's
is
very,
further.
very
That's
interesting.
and that's what I look at.
That's really cool. We'll have to have you back in detail, take a deep dive into why you chose that process, because that's very fascinating, and we want to find out your results. You got a lot of really good information to share. Now, did we lose? Okay, now we finally got Lisa up here. That's amazing. So Lisa, let's see if you can unmute, at least unmute if you can't share your camera. We at least want to invite you up here to be part of our class today, to be part of the event of the year with Beth. So Lisa, yay, how are you, my dear?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, good. And so you know Beth already.
I do.
Very well.
Do you want to share any of your experience in working with Beth?
I just think she's amazing. I think she's just so knowledgeable. I've just learned so much from her, and I learn something new every time, like even just hearing her speak just now. So I love to, just soak up her knowledge, because she's just, I just love the way she works with people.
She's, very, very talented, very multi-dimensional. Like she has a lot of different angles that she comes at things from, which is really cool. Let's go ahead and record your voice, Lisa. You're also a genius. You have your own genius. Is that correct?
I do. Yes.
Okay,
I
fantastic.
Do, yeah.
Fantastic. So I'm going to actually record it. We're not going to see it on screen, but I'm going to record it right here. And so I'm going to have you in a moment say, my name is, and then the AEIOU. Do you feel ready for that?
Yes.
So I'll start recording your voice in 3, 2, 1. I'm recording.
My name is Lisa Jackson. AEIOU. 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 AEIOU.
Totally got it. Absolutely awesome. Okay, let me just go ahead and we're going to get that voice analysis into the Genius. You can kind of hear it here. And then we're going to grab your picture in just a moment. All right. So then we're just going to grab your picture. I can't wait to see what the results are, because I want to hear about them from our wonderful Beth. And so just go ahead and get that. And thank you for tuning in when I know it's getting late there. So it's probably, what is it, about almost 8:45 or something?
20, near almost it is, yeah.
I really appreciate you. Let me just go ahead and retake this. Let's just get you, go ahead and smile and look at the camera. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that was better. Otherwise we were, fantastic.
I'm trying to think how long ago it was we met, Lisa. How long ago?
It's about 10 years ago, I think.
Is it really?
Or just 10 or 11, yeah.
Yeah. I was giving a talk for what was it, the AOR, was it?
It was our local AOR meeting, yeah.
Which is Association of Reflexologists. And that's how we met.
Yeah, that's how we met.
Yeah.
And it was strange, because I sort of knew that I would see you again after that day. I just knew.
What was it that you spoke on when you were there, Beth?
I think I was either talking, I was probably talking about the balance procedure, or I might have been talking about the emotion code. Or
yeah,
I think
you did. I think it was emotion code, actually.
Yeah.
Was there something about Beth that in particular, her knowledge base or something that she said that struck you?
Yeah, I mean, it was just her energy and her knowledge. And because then it was funny, because not long after that, I sort of kept in touch, and I went and paid and had a session, came over to see you, didn't I, Beth?
That's right, yeah.
And was really interesting, because I had a session with Beth, and then my partner left me a few days later.
Oh my goodness. Did that end up being sort of a beneficial thing at the end of the day?
I think so. That there's something needed to change. And it was funny, because when I left Beth's house, I can remember there's a song that I love. I can't think of the person that sings it now. I know, but and it's that "You're free to do what you want to do." That was playing on the radio as I drove home.
Oh my goodness.
And I'll never forget that.
Oh my goodness, that is crazy. Okay,
Yeah.
my dear Beth, where should we start? We have the voice, we have the
Okay.
picture now. We're all ready. We did the beginning
Okay.
analysis. What should
Is
we
there?
do?
Well, it's interesting. Your custom libraries come up the top there.
I know.
So I mean,
I'll
so
just
I'm
grab the
interested.
aura while you're sort of thinking about that. But that is interesting that the custom libraries came up at the very, very top,
Yeah.
isn't
So
it? Over
I would-
everything else. So we'll just grab the aura just so I don't forget, and so that we have it.
Yeah.
So that we have it there. And this aura function takes a little bit longer than the other function. It seems like when you're working, it takes forever. So, Beth, do you have any thoughts about the new aura function? Do you have any interpretation, anything you want to share with us?
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. If I was doing color therapy, that would mean something totally different to how I use it when I'm using the Genius, and I preferred the old version because
Well, Ryan is working. Ryan is in his crazy lab right now, and he's working. So a suggestion that I gave to him was a toggle switch where you could toggle back between the old aura
yes.
function and the new aura function. And he is literally working on that now, so that if you liked the old aura function, you can just toggle a switch and go back to the old aura function. So he is actually working on that as we speak.
Yeah. So it's interesting looking. It's almost like, for me, if I'm looking at that, and obviously I know Lisa, I would say that she's looking for comfort because that's the green around her. She's looking for the comfort. If we look on the outside, we've got that kind of a darky blue, but it's very murky. So in other words, she's not sure. When we talk about the third eye, it's normally the third eye is about vision. It's about knowing what's going to happen. And here that suggests she doesn't know what's going to happen next. She's unsure. And then if we look above her head, we've got things, the lines of knots going around in a circle. So either something's coming in or something's going out, because it's broken there. None of the colours are nice and crisp. So there's quite a few areas there. And underneath her, you can see that, again, confidence isn't good, just because of underneath her, from where you see the colours are all very, very mucky. So I'd be interested to see afterwards.
Yeah, so let's see how the rest of it looks. Let's go to the rest of this. But so you said we should scan the custom libraries first. Let's go ahead and do that and look at what may be coming up as the very, very high items. So it's already scanned them and they're ready to roll here. And it's saying some bone, shoulder and foot anatomy, cholesterol, family harmony. Any sort of resonance or ideas there?
Well, because obviously I know her, this is a bit cheeky, I would go for family harmony there. And also I would go for bliss of union activation.
Oh, let's do that one. Yeah, let's do that one.
And then I would be inclined to go down to see to look at the blue.
To look at what is in the blue.
What is in the blue, yeah. So interesting there. So I would definitely put those blue ones in there, coming together with a like-minded person, building a healthy relationship. I'd put those in there. And I'd also put, I would put the others actually, right, I'd put right up to 200 in there, in that one. And then I would run that for 3 minutes, to be fair. Let's see what comes up.
I am now in alignment and experiencing myself as a match for the love that I want. I am open to what my partner has to say to me. Sharing wonderful conversations with my partner is a positive experience for me. And I'm coming together with a like-minded person. Now, do any of those resonate at all?
Yes.
So we would run that. Maybe we'll just run it for a minute just to save some time here, just while we're talking. So, so why did you start there, Beth?
Because I know Lisa, so I know her background. So, because she hadn't said anything earlier, just from looking at the aura, I could see it was about confidence, really, to me. just looking at her aura, I would say Lisa's confidence is a bit knocked, and we need to just bring it into alignment. And the fact that when we looked at those things, she's not said that there's any physical ailments playing her up, so it's going to be more emotional. So therefore we've got the family. It's coming into that time of year for Christmas, when people start going into that stressy Christmas phase. So that seemed like an obvious thing and then obviously the one about partner and stuff. So that seemed an obvious thing for me. When someone's confidence, it's usually going to be another person, 9 times out of 10, as opposed to, say, for example, and it could be work, but we've got here. So that's good. So I'm happy with that, first of all, because the harmony is 36%.
Okay.
So the 3 and the 6, as we say, is a 9. So that's about closure.
Completion.
That's about completion. The 2 means in what we're talking about means all my needs are met, and it's in alignment with what Lisa would want. The energy flow is 2 and 3, which is 5 is about communication, and then the overall thing there is a 2 and a 6. 26, and that to me is an 8, and that's about transformation. Can you hear me, Lisa? What's your thoughts on that?
I can. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I love that. I love that. You sort of bring it all together with your numerology.
Yeah,
That's really cool.
It all makes complete sense, and the communication and the transformation. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Wonderful. What
That's
else
good.
should we look at, Beth?
So and we can come out of that now, and then if we go back to the main screen, the libraries, come back out of that one again, and then I'd like to go to the very bottom just to see at the bottom of the libraries what dun, dun, dun. Have you got no greens? Is that the bottom?
Let me do a little work here. Let's take a break. I'm going to do a little update of the system, because I think we're running into a few little bugs here that have actually been cleared up. But since we've been doing the event, I haven't had a chance to really update here. So let's just talk a little bit about maybe there's some Chinese meridians that I think you also incorporate into.
Yeah,
you also use meridians. So let's just talk a little bit about those. And we're going to come back to Lisa in just a bit. Get this commercial break in here.
Okay, I'm a real fan of using the meridians, and I think when you've got somebody that's not well, one of the things you should definitely use is looking at the meridians. So and the main ones I would look at is the bladder, the kidney, the spleen, and the gallbladder. Most things I find with anyone that's got something chronic, always go into that bladder meridian and open it up. And it's very interesting as well. You can, if you keep, you make a record of it and then go back. So the next time you're working with a client, go back and look at it. And then we have this lovely little box that you can click on that's got information. So if a particular number on that meridian is coming up, you can click on it and it says, oh, sore throat or diarrhea or whatever it is. It will come up and tell you what it is. And it's very interesting if you make a note of that, so that you can keep, if it's out all the time, like I noticed, I think it was gallbladder 22 kept coming out up for a client. And so in the end, and what I would do is I would just run gallbladder 22 with the 528, and then the next time I went back, it had cleared. But a few times that particular one was coming up. And I think when you're getting into those little bits, it does make a difference. I mean, my mother, I'm always looking first with her at the bladder meridian. I break it down all the time, and I make a note and then do little bits and little bit sizes, because it's like what Ryan said. Sometimes if you get a lot, a very big rectification like 70 or 90%, which is great, but it's not necessarily means that it's going to hold for a long period of time. So to get those little ones, first of all,
that's very insightful. I mean, I really like that. But Chinese, I think the meridians, you know, they really embody body, mind, and spirit. And so when you're working with those meridians, I think they are among the most powerful to work with on your genius. And we probably need to talk about them more, because Chinese medicine really reveals in these different meridian imbalances, mental, emotional issues, you know, even just like the liver being out of balance and you finding you're more grumpy and angry. It's because the liver meridian is blocked.
Yeah, and I found a very good one is I think it's K27, and K27. When I googled and I thought, what does it mean? What does it actually mean? And it came up saying, "Oh, spiritual disconnection." And I'd had this for a client, kept coming up K27. So I then thought, right, okay, spiritual. Let's have a look at the libraries where there's anything about disconnections or spiritual disconnection. And then I ran that, because sometimes, you know, the physical may disconnect from the spiritual. So, so for example, I've got, you know, clients who may have had their appendix out. So they're only left with the spiritual appendix because the physical one's not there. But it doesn't mean that you don't work on the physical, even though it's not there, because it's like a phantom limb, you know, and it's still in the energy fields, even though it's not there. And so even just by running emotions on that kind of phantom bit makes a huge impact.
I love that. That's very good. People ask a lot. They say, well, what if I don't have a gallbladder anymore? Can I still work on, should I still, what if gallbladder frequency comes up for me and I don't have a gallbladder?
You still get angry, don't you? You know, because it's still there. The gallbladder energy is still there. So I would, you know, run it on the spiritual side of the gallbladder, you know, because definitely even though they've got the spiritual side still there. And I think that's really important, is to look at it. It's physical and spiritual, and about the connections there. Definitely, because if it's not fully connected somewhere, and again, for me, when I'm working with digestive things, I'm always looking at connections, because you can have someone that's their pancreas isn't fully connected at one end, you know, and people say, how's that work? Well, you know, unless you're going, you know, to the medical profession and they're actually looking and doing all the scans and say, oh yeah, there's a little gap there. But using the genius, we can play around with those kind of things, and it's really good.
That's absolutely fantastic. No, that's really good. I'm almost ready here, but I wanted to ask you something. What has it been like to go from a brick and mortar practice to an online practice, and how have your clients responded to that? What has it been? Tell us a little bit about that.
There's a few that get really upset and get a bit pushy because they want to come see me, but the beauty of it for them excuse me, is they don't have to spend time or money coming to me, because we can do it like this and it works exactly the same. So there's absolutely no difference.
That's wonderful.
In the beginning, I'd have to say to clients, look, I'll do it for free, and if it works, you pay me. And they went, okay. And it does, you know. Excuse me.
Oh, somebody get there, get her a cup of tea with honey in it. We're gonna need to send you some energy.
Yeah. So luckily for me, I went completely remote just prior to COVID, and I've never looked back. It's the easiest thing. It's so convenient. It's great sometimes because the client doesn't even have to talk to me. They can just load their voice on the capsule and their photograph. Excuse me.
Do you need to take a break there, Beth? You're going to be okay?
My heating has come on.
Oh, so wow.
My heating is, because it's obviously dropped outside, so it's making me choke. So the beauty of that is it's great because it saves time in travel. It's quicker, it's easier. No distractions. Because obviously, you know, when you come into someone's office, People will want to know, what's that machine? What does that do? What's this? What's that? What's that remedy? Here you could just actually sit down and get on with it.
That's fantastic. No, that's great. You have such talent and in what you're doing. It's exciting. You know, we're not going to be able to get this custom libraries to work as well as I would have liked. So I think let's just focus on the system overview for now.
Okay.
Let's just work with
We
that
can
and
go-
some of your brilliance around the system overview. I think we'll just
Okay.
will be better.
If you want
So
to go
set up-
back to the first screen as well, we can have a look at those chakras, because the chakras were showing us, I think, a red or a blue.
Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll just need to get the genius up here because we just did a full update and it didn't remedy the issue. Okay. And let's go ahead and go here. There's the chakras. Tell us a little bit about what you're seeing.
Interesting. So again, she's got two there, the throat and the roots are showing, but I would be inclined just to do a quick balance for 1 minute on all of those and see what happens. If you can put them all
Quick
into
balance,
the,
yeah, for sure. So the quick
put them in the
balance
bottom
button-
tray, yeah. Yeah, so put them all in the bottom tray though, so we can see the colours change. Add them all
Put
to
them
the
all
tray.
in the bottom tray.
Yeah, add them all to the main tray. Add them all.
Okay. What are what to see
So-
the colors change? That's the thing I'm not sure about. Okay, we
Yeah,
put them all in there.
Okay, lovely. And then let's do a 1 minute balance on that. Oh no, yeah. Can you?
Quick
so-
balance or
No,
progressive insights.
Progressive
Wanna go to
insight. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
We
it.
want to rescan them, retest them. And the sacral was the
Yeah.
top in the previous one. Let's see what comes up at the top here.
Yeah.
And so here we get the throat chakra.
Yep. Okay, so I do 1 minute on that. Yeah. And that's I think quite relevant for you, Lisa, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to find my voice and communicate what I need to communicate.
So that's quite interesting. But I'd also be interested to see after that 1 minute when it comes up again. Because I still think that the brow might come up this time. Because when we saw that aura picture, what was to me was the brow was showing. And here it's showing as a medium. So it'll be interesting to see once you've rectificated the throat chakra as to whether the brow is in alignment with you on that one. So let's have a look.
So we've got 53. That's an interesting, it's a harmony 41, alignment 53, energy flow 66.
Okay, well, I didn't see, it doesn't show on my screen, but 53 is good. That's an 8. That's about transformation. And what was the other numbers?
We've got 41, 53, and 66.
Wow. So 41 is a 5, so it's about communication, which is what you want. And 66 is going to be 12 is a 3, and a 3 is about is to do with solar plexus. So it's about learning new things here. So it's about, again, it's change, isn't it, Lisa?
Yeah, that's that. Yeah.
So let's have a look if you can now rescan and see what happens there.
Absolutely. Yeah, let's do it. Now that's
Wow.
interesting that 3 chakras come up as high. That's fascinating, really. And so she's got the crown chakra, the solar chakra, which had not come up before, and the heart chakra. Really fascinating. Because every time that you rescan, you're going to a deeper layer. Every time that you rescan, you go to you take off the surface and you go to depth. And so after those were cleared, then these came up as being significant. So that's kind of fascinating.
So to me, yeah, so that's great, because obviously, as I said, I thought the brow might come up, but that makes perfect sense to me, because obviously she's now got the voice because the throat chakra's come into alignment, and then what happens on an unconscious level. Her heart will be saying, I don't want to speak out. Then, or if I'm going to speak out, my solar plexus then get a bit stressed. Crown's going, oh, you know, do I want to, you know I need to do this, but I'm not sure I'm in the right place to do it. So it's quite interesting. So after the next minute, I'll be interested to see whether she's held the throat or whether it's thrown it completely out again.
Yeah, I love the progressive insights, the ability to scan and go really deeply. It's really amazing.
And the nice thing as well is if you've got a capsule, I think on the quantum capsule, I think this is one of the benefits of it's a free playlist, isn't it? In the, you know, you've got a bonus one.
You got a bonus.
Yeah.
So let's rescan, and we're going to be actually winding things up because we're going to be
chakras
through transitioning.
video.
But let's continue for another few minutes sort of to bring it to its natural. Now we've got solar, sacral, heart, throat. It's really that the innate intelligence wants to slow down and really focus on these. That's kind of fascinating because you could go so deep dive even with just one category, one library, which is amazing.
Yeah. And I'd be, if you're, yes, are you going to, I don't know if you're going to rectify those again for another minute. If not, I would put all the chakras in together and put maybe the Saveggio 528 in there.
Well, let's just make sure that we highlight something else because we're going to need to end up, kind of wind up soon. So what would be your next go-to?
Well, again, you see, looking at that, I would be definitely going to have to go to the meridians.
Yeah, let's do it because we talked them up, right?
I'll have to go to the meridians.
This I would say is pretty accurate. The other green thing we were having was problematic, but this is quite accurate. So we're not getting any red whatsoever, and we're getting one blue down at the bottom, which is this small intestine. So, at least any digestive issues?
No, not really. But I would
really. Okay, that's good.
The bladder at the top, which is over 600, well, that would resonate with me.
Yeah,
okay.
And I would break it down and have a look there.
Okay, let's go to that. And UB is urinary bladder. So people know that these are the points that are out of balance.
Interesting there. So can you see there, look at that UB27. Can if you click on that little eye in that corner there, can you see?
Right here at the top. So it says pain in the lumbosacral region and the knees, urinary problems, lower abdominal distension and pain.
But I think that was the one I was talking about when I said it's also about spiritual thing.
Well, that's
wasn't that the kidney? That was kidney, wasn't it?
I think it might have been kidney, but also I think it was urinary bladder. I'm not sure, but it's interesting. But to me, again, I'd put all the reds in there, and anything over 600, and anything in the bottom.
So we're using our bulk drag function. Oh, my finger slipped for a second there. That's way too sensitive. That needs to be changed. That's ridiculous. So yeah, we wanted to put all the reds in there, and then we wanted to put all the blues in there. And so we have 19 items. And so now you'd like to look at them in progressive insights, or should we add the solfeggios to them? What would you like to do?
And add the 528, because again, when we look at the bladder coming up, and again, the small intestine now, although she's not got any digestive problems going on, the small intestine represents heartache. It represents insecurity. It also represents feeling abandoned and not receiving love. That's what the small intestine represents. And also when we look at we talk about the bladder's about blaming. It's about fear. It's about feeling unsupported or conflict. So it's interesting that they come up for you, Lisa.
Yeah, but actually, because like I said, I don't really have digestive problems, but that
no, the small intestine is going to be heartache and insecurity and those sort of things.
Yeah.
Excellent. Very, very cool. So let's go ahead. And so should we run all of these, or should we run some of them?
Just run the reds. That's fine. The highs. And interesting that you've got your 639 coming up there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. and the throat chakra, and also the
Right.
crown chakra coming.
Finally,
in
the
as well.
brow chakra that you had suspected initially finally rose up to that top.
Oh, comes up
spot.
to the
You were
top
just a little
thing,
bit
yeah.
early. Your intuition is so strong, Beth. You always, I think your clients love you so much because you
Yeah.
really get to very connected with them and where they're at, and you're able to really call it for them and help them to feel a deeper sense of understanding of themselves. Would you say that that's the case?
Yes, my nickname is the Wizard, by the way.
That's amazing. That's amazing, the Wizard, because you just tap right in intuitively to them. Now, there's a question in the chat, and I think you've answered this before when we did a podcast interview with you. What's the book that you like the most about numbers and numerology?
Oh, what's the book I like the most? Oh my God! Wow.
Do you recommend one last time? It was called like the Book of Numbers or something like that.
There's the Balancing by Numbers, which is Lloyd Meir. I love Lloyd Meir, Balancing by Numbers. But
yeah, Balancing by Numbers, isn't that it?
Balancing by Numbers, yeah. And also obviously the Balance Procedure, which is about numbers, by Jenny Cox. Or you can get these all on Amazon. There's loads of really good books. Oh God, I have to think now.
They all kind of have a very
They
common.
All, yes, they do. They
of,
do.
Yeah. Teach you about, you add all the numbers together, and, 8 is universally thought of as being an infinity and abundance, and 5 is about change. And so a lot of them have a common theme. So anywhere that you start, you'll find good references on numerology.
Yeah. Well, that's good, Lisa. That's really good.
She's getting really good rectifications, very high, so Lisa, the energy is definitely flowing, whatever you're doing.
Oh, looking at
drinking enough water or something.
It's
all the
interesting
nines
as well,
there.
because the bottom one, Beth, 6 and 3, and I'm a 9, and I'm in a year 9 as
Yes.
well.
Yeah, 63% keeps coming up for you. Do you ever notice, Beth, that with people who have these resonances with numbers, that their rectification is always very, very similar? Like sometimes they reach like the same number.
Yes, and even if they don't, I notice with things. It's like when I'm working with someone and I'm looking at their date of birth. It's quite interesting for me if I look at somebody's numbers and I do a quick karma graph on them, and I see that they're in my soul group, I kind of smile to myself, going, "Well, this is going to be a bit of a doddle then."
That's pretty funny, yeah. Because I encourage people to maybe look at that now, notice it more. Like if 63% came up several times when we did different rectifications for Lisa. And that's sort of like, an important number for her.
Better. That's looking better.
Yeah, that's that's actually incredible. That's an amazing aura. Like let's look at the comparison here. Very, very vibrant, very full of energy. Like, let's look at the difference between where we started, which was sort of light. It almost reminds me of like very low energy, very low vitality. Yeah. I think you sort of mentioned something like that. And look where we ended up at. That's crazy. That's so full of life and vitality. Lisa, I think you're going to be feeling pretty good tomorrow morning when you wake up.
I hope so, because actually today I felt really tired and I didn't go for a run this morning, and I just felt like I needed to rest. But tomorrow I think I'll maybe get up with a spring in my step.
You're going to have you're doing half marathon or marathon. You're going to feel really good. So yeah, that's exciting. That looks really awesome. Very cool. Beth, you do amazing work.
Thank you.
Yeah, amazing work. Well, I really appreciate you, and I really appreciate Lisa, who's become part of our Genius community by your recommendation. Appreciate you both very much. Beth, we're so lucky to have you as part of our Genius community, contributing information about the evolution of your practice and the things that you're utilizing. We're definitely going to have you come back between the summits so we can dive a little bit more deeply into your 5-step process and some of the things that you're doing to really get good results.
Good, thank you. It's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure coming on, and it's so nice to listen to some of the other practitioners as well, and other people with geniuses and how
Agreed.
they.
Totally agreed.
So lovely to just.
One of the most important things I want to leave people with about you is how they can get in touch with you.
They can get in touch with me through my website, which is www.balancingemotions.co.uk. Anyone thinking of buying the Genius, I would definitely recommend that they go for the Elite rather than just the basic, because once you've got the Elite, it's so much better. If you are worried about the understanding, I would again recommend that they sign up to do the courses that you offer. Definitely, it's worth, doing the business group and doing the libraries. If you've got to choose between the two, I think I'd say go to the business one, but definitely good. And, it's to me, it's a must-have. It's a great tool in your box. One thing I didn't tell people was, if you remember when I broke my arm and the bone was hanging out.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I remember that. It was so intense.
I ran 3 machines overnight and went the next day, the bone had gone back in my arm. I was like, what? That was just crazy. So we've had some really wild stuff happen, which has been great as well. So yes, definitely get in touch with me through my website. Obviously, if you can't get through that way, please contact Ariel. She'll give you my details.
Absolutely. And we put your website into the chat as well. And when we do follow-up emails, we'll let people know again how to get in touch with our amazing and gifted practitioners like yourself.
Brilliant. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Lisa. Thank you for volunteering today. Really greatly appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you both. I can't wait to, it's amazing. That aura is fantastic. Thank you.
That aura was really amazing. I'll have to email that to you, Lisa. Remind me so I can send you that ending aura.
Oh, yes,
that was
please.
as a result of Beth's magic that she does. Well, both of you, it's late there, so go get some rest.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. We'll talk to you later, Beth. Thanks again.
Bye-bye. You're welcome.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we're going to get ready to welcome our next guest. And we have several more guests. We actually have 3 for the rest of the afternoon here. So, get some snacks and bring some drinks and bring some friends. We still have lots to go. So we do want to call again for volunteers who would like a scan today. If you've never had a scan or you've had one before. Okay, hang on. We just mute little Beth. I think they're having a little follow-up phone call together. That's hilarious. All right, so I want to welcome the next guest, and thank you for being so patient and so gracious that she's been waiting so patiently. So let me just take care of some business here, and we're going to bring her up in just a moment as a panelist. So let me find her here first, make sure I've got everything organized. Okay, I'm going to call her up here in just a minute. We're going to be welcoming Sarita. And my sister has not put her last name, Papaleo. Thank goodness it's in the chat there. Beautiful last name there. Sarita has been involved in the energetic healing arts for over 30 years. She's a background in various disciplines, including being a Reiki master. And she took a quantum leap almost 20 years ago and discovered and embraced quantum biofeedback, as a lot of our practitioners did, going back all that time since the beginning of quantum biofeedback, and maybe got one of those bigger box systems, but then eventually found that the Genius was really the thing for them, really helped them, was more mobile, easier to use, faster to analyze. So that's really, really cool. Her clients, as well as herself, came to realize the healing opportunities of quantum biofeedback, both emotionally as well as physically. It sort of addresses the whole person. And so she's just a really talented practitioner. We've never had her on the summit here. So Sarita, I'm going to invite you up here. You're going to see yourself appear as a panelist, and you can unmute your sound and your camera there when we get you up here, hopefully in not too distant future. So really excited to have her. And thanks to everybody for all of the presenters. Really appreciate them very much. Sarita, how are you? You're almost on. Your microphone is on. Yes, you're on. How are you? You're on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Where do I go here?
You're already there. You don't have to do anything. You're fine. You're live. Your mic is live.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Sarita, you're fine. We can hear you. Oh gosh. Oh, that's hilarious. Sarita, you're fine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we could see you too.
Okay. I didn't see if you could see me or hear me.
Yeah, you're fine. Actually, if you bring your camera back on, you're perfectly on camera, and your microphone is perfect. You're great, my dear.
Okay.
You're perfect. So just keep looking and just keep doing exactly what you're doing. You're perfect. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
Good. And where are you joining us from today?
South Carolina. Charleston.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, thank you. So tell us a little bit more. I know I introduced you, but tell us a little bit about what were you using a different type of quantum biofeedback tool?
Yes, actually, I started out with the Quantum Alliance with the SKIO. That was
Right. Yeah, and we can say that because I love to
Yeah.
hear. We have a lot of people that come to us that are former SKIO practitioners. I want to just hear a little bit about that journey and why you transitioned to the Genius, or you might use both. But yeah, just tell us a little bit about that. What did quantum biofeedback bring to your life and to your healing that you had not had before?
Well, actually, my why was my daughter who was very sick, and the doctors had said they couldn't do anything to help her. So I went to Mexico, Rosarito, Mexico, and at a hospital there. And that's when I saw all of these equipments. And they were able to figure out what was wrong with her, which was great. So she's fine today. But I went to a health fair, and that's where I saw the Quantum Alliance and the SKIO. But from there, I started connecting with other practitioners. And then, of course, I got involved with the Infinity, and then the Infinity became the Genius.
The Genius. Yeah, exactly. You go back to our Infinity days. That's amazing.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
amazing. What
Yes.
was it about? Why did you like the Infinity and then the Genius? What did you like about it different from the SKIO?
Well, I like the fact, first of all, it was compact. It was easier to handle. I didn't need the box. I just needed my iPad. And it was just more, it was a little bit more friendly towards people who are not doctors and who are not in the medical field.
Right. I totally agree with you.
Yeah. So even though I did a lot of study, because you have to in order to pass everything, and you go through many courses, I just fell in love with that concept of having it so there, so easy to handle. Yeah.
Excellent.
And I found that the energy was great. I mean,
great. No, I love it. Yeah, the just the balancing energy itself. When you first used it on yourself, did you notice any perceptible difference? Is there anything that it helped you with?
Oh, yeah, it helped me with a lot of things, of course, because emotionally, I was going through a lot of different things emotionally, and a lot of changes with my career. My husband and I, we owned a salon, which I had a room where I worked with my clients. So there was a lot going on in my life, and I needed something that was going to really help me get through my emotions.
They're fantastic. I love it. So tell us a little bit about, does anything stand out with your experience with your clients? Do you have a story that you could tell us about one of their experiences?
Oh, yeah. I mean, my clients, they're really different. And I mean, everyone's different, but I've had a lot of fun with my clients, still am. Yes, my clients love it because I'm able to help them figure out their emotions. I'm more inclined to doing the emotions than anything else with my clients.
Oh, let's understand a little bit about that. So do you test the emotions panel, or are you trying to find the emotional root cause to what they're experiencing? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I test the emotional panel. I am an emotional code practitioner. So I know a lot about the emotions and where they take you. And this is not something that I just learned off of this. This is something that was with me since I was a child. Like, I can pick up on people's emotion. I can pick up if they were happy, if they were sad, if they were angry, and who at and what. So I this is something that I knew, but having the Genius has really put it in the front for me. So there's no doubt of what I'm seeing and what I'm feeling for the person. One of my clients, which was really funny, it was a man, and he came to me, and I ran the emotional panel, and I told him, I says, you're heavy on your heart. There's a lot going on with you. And I said to him, I said, you need to take care of yourself. You need to pace yourself. You need to really, kind of like not let people move you in that direction. And sure enough, about 3 weeks after, he had a heart attack.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he wrote to me, and I was trying to connect with him because he was supposed to have a session with me, and he didn't show up for the session. And I thought, something's going on. And finally I reached him, and he was in the hospital. He told me what happened. And he said, you were right.
Wow. That's so scary. But at the same time, people pay so much for imaging, and that's fine. Imaging has its place, testing has its place, but now we can connect with the innate intelligence. We can connect with universal consciousness through quantum biofeedback. And we should at least take heed to what is being shown, and at least take a moment to balance the frequencies that are being revealed to us, the information in the frequencies. When we do that, we can get great benefit, even if it's not 100%. But people don't understand, labs are not 100%. Imaging is not 100%. It depends on the person who's interpreting the imaging. So we have to take them all together. But the fact that anyone could come to you for a very reasonable amount of money and get a full body voice, based scan with the genius and find out so much valuable information, it's worth it. So
100%. Yeah. 100%.
Did he come back to you and work with
Yes,
you?
I'm still working with him because he had to go, of course, he had open heart surgery, and, he's been through a lot, but he's well now, as well as can be. And he's out of the, he had to go through all the rehabilitation and all of this to get back into where he is, but he's not going to work anymore. He told me he's done with work, because that was part of the stress that he was having.
I understand. See, that's, I think what's really important about the emotional aspect is you can really reach out. You can really show people where they are emotionally, and it's not you telling them, it's the genius telling them. And so that's really takes out the, oh, you're judging me, or, you're getting it wrong. They can look in black and white and see what those things are, the emotions, the flower essences. And I'll often find that people will say, like, well, you got me. That's who I am. That's what's going on with me.
I know. So here's something funny. I was working a lot with clearing homes before I moved out here, and before the shutdowns. Mm-hmm. And so I was having a great success with clearing homes and clearing businesses, because it was
you lived in California before this?
Yes, Los Angeles.
Yes. So, and in Los Angeles, real estate is a big, big thing. So you were helping like realtors to clear homes with the genius?
Yes, exactly. I was running the panels and so to make sure that the home was good. Like, you can look at a home, but you don't really know what's happening in the home, really. And, and I helped a lot of them figure out, well, something's going on with the plumbing, you got to check that, or there's something coming up with mold, you got to check this, so all of that helped them. And they were having great success with it, with their clients.
That's really, so they were happy to pay you then for that. They were happy to pay you for that then. Yes.
And so in some of them, they just put me in their part of the sale of the home. In other words, that, how you pay someone to come in and paint your house or whatever, and that's put in the sale of the home, that when they sell the home, then they pay you with that. Well, I was part of that group. So I would come in with the genius. And
that's amazing. That's so cool. That's a great, that'd be a great profession to have. That'd be so fun to do that.
It is, because it's amazing. Because, we do have homes hold energy.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about that. Tell us about how homes hold energy. That's important for people to know.
Yes. And, people just think about moving into a home, but the energy starts with the building. who's ever involved in building and their workers and everything, if they're having issues, if they're unhappy or something's going on, they're projecting that energy into that home.
Exactly. See, I've always thought that too, that whatever they're saying, whatever there's people arguing with each other in the home, then that energy is going to be translated into the home and it stays in the home. So think about the difference between going into, even if nobody's there, what is the difference when you walk into a bar and the vibration versus when you walk into a church?
Right.
And what is the vibration? What is the difference? And there's a clear difference.
There is. And I always refer to the walls as, okay, we got to clean the slime. There is a slime with the energy.
Well, tell us, what's the slime? What is that?
Well, it's the energy, like you said, if there's any type of fighting, any type of illness, has someone died in the home? See?
Yeah. So I think a lot of people don't realize that when they go into a home and, they figure, well, the person's moved out. They basically cleaned everything up. They vacuumed, they dusted. What could possibly be left behind from the past? And you're saying like this energy is in the walls, it's in the floors, it's there. And it's so wonderful so do you see that sometimes when you scan that there's like an imprint of energy, of anger or things like that?
Oh, yes, because the homes, everything is alive.
Everything is consciousness. Yeah.
We forget that everything's alive. So the homes, they take in that previous owner or tenant, their emotions. So the homes don't have any way of clearing. So you come in and clear. So the clearing is done with the genius. And of course, we do rituals and we do saging and all of this that comes with cleaning a home. But I found when we had the shutdowns, then that became complicated.
Well, of course, then it was hard to go. People weren't selling their home and so forth, but it doesn't change the fact that energy is still there. Like that's a very important thing. But, the thing that's amazing is that even though you're in South Carolina now, you are able to do that remotely. You could clear somebody's home remotely. All they have to do is send you a picture of the home. Yes.
And so what I've done is that a little different because especially couples are coming to me because they were having like super big arguments
during the shutdown.
The shutdowns. Yeah, well, they were getting to know each other.
Of course. I mean, think about all the couples that were separated by, bye, honey, I'll see you tonight. At 6 o'clock in the morning, they come home 7 o'clock or whatever in the evening. And so, yeah, now they had to spend the whole day together. That could really wreck a relationship, right?
So the first thing I asked them is, okay, so where do you spend your most time with your conversations?
Very good question.
And 90% say the bedroom. So what I would have them do is I would say, okay, take a picture of your bedroom. And we're going to scan your bedroom because that is where you're holding that energy.
That's great.
So I start there and I have them, when they speak into the voice, they give their address and they say their bedroom. And then they ask for love, peace, and happiness.
So they say that in their voice. They actually say like that their intention is kind of to clear the bedroom and the other emotions that they want to sort of entrain into their fields. That's really cool. That's a unique way of working with them. I like that. And then do you take a picture of the person? Do you take a picture of them in their bedroom? How do you do that?
No, I want the bedroom alone. The bed
alone. Okay, that's interesting.
Without them, because I'm working with the bedroom now. So I want to know what the bedroom's going to tell me.
Whoa, that's fascinating. Now, often with the name of the client for a home, I'll put in the address of the home. Exactly. And also the birth date will be the day that they signed the lease or made the purchase or moved in, because that's the day that it came into their consciousness, into their awareness. So it's the true birth date for them rather than when the house was built and it came into
Exactly.
consciousness for other people. So you do something similar.
Yeah, that's what I do for them. But then when they come into the voice, you have to get the voice. And that's when I have them say what they're going to say.
Nice.
You know.
That's really cool. Oh, I love, this is juicy. I like it. So what does the bedroom say to you?
Well, there's where you go into the emotions, because that's where people get real emotional.
Tell us about that. Yeah, because it's, that's where they drop down into their deep subconscious, where they actually let themselves unwind, where a lot of so tell us.
And especially if they have children, they don't want the children to hear what's happening. So they lock themselves in the bedroom, and that's where they have the discussions. They don't want it in front of the children. So what I do is I go to today's stress.
Okay. Let's go to today's stress and see.
Yeah. To see where is the stress in this room today. Because
let's ask somebody, does somebody want us to do their, work? Does somebody close to their bedroom? Can somebody run in their bedroom right now that wants us to do an analysis for them? If you're close to your bedroom and you want us to work on you and your relationship and your emotions, then volunteer, put your name, put your date of birth down into the chat. Well, I don't know if we'll get it, but give us an example. If this was somebody's home, give us an example of how you would read it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I hit Entangle Insight. So give it a second.
It's okay. Okay. So we're at the very, very top. Are we at the top of that?
The top is going to be where it says acid.
Okay. So there's acid, and there's the what's the other one?
Environmental?
Yeah, the generation. Okay, so then let's go to the very bottom and emotional. There we have it. So there's a lot of emotional baggage there that's happening to them.
That's interesting. So emotional, yeah.
Yeah. So once I know where they're going and what's happening on them, then I go to the frequency shape form. Is that, am I saying that right?
Yeah, the frequency, shape, and form. Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. So once I'm there, I'm going to go and I'm going to hit the super conscious, see what, because I'm dealing with a home. So I want to find out what the conscious is going on.
So now it's going to select a sound, and it says animal sounds. Isn't that funny for the home?
Yeah. And then in the bottom one, where it has all like the depression, anxiety, and all that, I hit the superconscious in that one as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, for the binaural beats.
Yes.
Okay, I did it wrong.
No, it's okay.
Well, it was the animal sound. So let's unclick these, and let's do down here. Now we have this ability to do the binaural beats, which is very balancing of the left and right side of the brain. And we can do super conscious select here. And we get sleepy sounds.
Yeah, so they're not getting much sleep.
Yeah, you're a good interpreter of the information. You're a good biofeedback practitioner, because being a biofeedback practitioner isn't just the information and all the reds and all the blues. It's really being able to take it to really understanding the person on a deep level, interpreting the information, putting the pieces together, and you're very good at that.
Thank you. So yeah, I can see why they're not getting much sleep, because they're in deep discussion for what's happening in their lives.
Right.
So the house is sitting there silently going, well, I got to take all this in now.
Yeah, it's like a burden. It's sort of a burden on the house itself, if you think about it.
And bouncing it back to them, which will cause the individual to go into depression if they don't know what's happening.
Very interesting. Okay. So and then back to,
and then I go to the wave power. intensity, and I'll put it at 25 because, I'm working at a distance, so I can do that. It's not going to
I don't think we have the ability to do wave intensity anymore, do we?
do it.
Yeah, I
Is
think
that
that's on the older version.
Oh, okay. So, okay, so then we're going to go to Synergistics.
Go to Synergistics. Absolutely. Let's do it. Synergistics. So that's a way of finding a match with something. Do you match with this particular energy? So what is the energy that you're going to be matching with? So what do we want to test in Synergistics?
So I want to put down their bedroom.
You bedroom?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Bedroom. Because that's where we're working.
Okay. Now, if anybody wants to volunteer for a quick scan with Sarita, volunteer now, put your date of birth. Doesn't have to be your bedroom. It could just be you, because we want to find out Sarita's method of how she works. While we're getting your date of birth in there and getting a volunteer, we want to continue to do this. So let's go ahead and we'll do the Synergistics.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll take a volunteer. If somebody wants to volunteer, find out Sarita, she's good. She's got a very, very strong intuition and a wonderful way. We have so many talented practitioners in the genius community. We're so deeply blessed.
Oh,
So
genius is wonderful.
And it's the genius and the person. It's this wonderful teamwork together. So tell us now, what does this mean to you if we put bedroom in here for that person and had all of these circles? What connection do you make with this?
So I'm looking at the body right now. So the body is a full circle, So this is what's telling me is that these people are getting physical with each other. And they're
wow.
Yes.
Like, but not in a positive way.
No, they're getting physical because it shows it right there. See, and then they move into the which is the next one that's closer, is their mind. So if you take the physical and the mind, so that's telling you there's something happening here that they need to clear.
I like that. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Have you worked with couples and found that you've had some success in working with them and clearing the energy?
Yes.
That's actually a great niche, is relationships and couples and helping them to find more peace and harmony together.
Yeah. And also, I am certified in geomancy, which is feng shui. And so I asked them to look at their room and tell me what kind of pictures do they have up? And do they both have end tables at each side? Is it just one end table or two? Because see, a couple, and I'm going to a couple, not someone who's alone. They need balance. They need 2, 2, 2, 2.
Nice. That's such a good piece of information. Have you found places where couples are living in the bedroom where they don't have balance in the bedroom itself?
Yes, some couples.
That's amazing.
They say, well, we don't have room in our room, so we push the bed to the wall, one end, and one end has the stand. And I said, well, that doesn't work that way.
That creates like an actual imbalance in the relationship because of the energetic effects of it.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So I have them hedge their bed over and fit something on both sides so they're balanced.
And that's wonderful. I bet they feel better after they do that.
They do. And then I ask them to put loving pictures of themselves or family, things that make them happy.
Tell us about the advantage of having loving pictures of themselves, the relationship. Why is that better than just sort of random artwork?
Well, because you're bringing love into your room. And what's more loving than to look at your family before you go to bed?
And that's really great. Oh, that's great. You have such great wisdom on that. That's because they might have just sort of some random, very negative picture in their bedroom.
Some Star Wars poster or whatever.
They never even thought about it.
that the visual, it affects everything subconsciously. We don't realize how that. And then I ask them something which some of them really fight me on this one. Take the TV out of your room.
That definitely. Now, I know a lot of things about why the TV shouldn't be there. How come you don't think the TV should be in their bedroom?
Because some people fall asleep to the news or to some kind of crime scenes or whatever, and that's all being put into your body, your subconscious mind.
Subconscious. Oh my gosh, it's so intense. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yep.
you don't need that energy in your bedroom.
Absolutely. It's, whatever you take into your being right before going into bed is very, very significant. You could use that to your advantage if you're trying to memorize something or learn something. If you think about it or focus on it right before you go to bed, or an affirmation, it's like 100-fold effect of what you're doing right before you go to sleep, and the very first thing that you think about when you get up in the morning. And
it's
so I'm very, very picky about.
Yeah.
When people used to listen to the radio and the radio goes on, that's your alarm. And it's like all the terrible things going on with the world. And that's your first thing you're taking into your consciousness in the morning.
Exactly. Anyway, I want to tell you something really funny with my grandson.
Please, yeah.
My grandson was 10, and kids today, they love TV in their rooms. I was explaining to him about the television and why he shouldn't fall asleep with it like that. And he said to me, they call me honey instead of grandma. He goes, honey, when I go to bed, I put YouTube on and I put the ones that help me relax.
Oh, that's so smart. That's good. Better than TikTok for sure.
Yeah. And I said, well, what do you put on? And he showed me, and I said, this is amazing.
What does he do? Like rain relaxation sounds or
The
something?
relaxation sounds, the rain, the reinform, like the ones that say you're great, you're this, your
affirmations. That's really awesome.
And I said, oh my God, that is brilliant.
So it sounds like he's tapping into, it sounds like he's tapping into you. He's tapping into sort of your consciousness and things that you do.
Oh, he's very fascinated with the genius. Whenever
have you used the genius on him?
Yes.
Tell us what you've discovered from working on a 10-year-old.
Well, for him, I have discovered that he's a very empath person. So he takes in a lot. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't know why he's feeling certain ways, or why he feels certain ways about people, including his classmates. Mm-hmm.
What did you find out what is he feeling animosity? Is he feeling love for them?
Yeah,
is he feeling concerned about them?
Does, he'll tell me, he goes, I don't know what it is, but I don't want to be around that person.
And how did the genius sort of elucidate your understanding of him?
Well, I took the genius, and when I have him on it, I do the 528.
Right, 528.
Yeah, and then I have panels that are for children that I had purchased from you, and I put those panels on for him. They're the panda panels, they call them.
Yeah,
yeah. So I put those on, and whatever comes up, that's what I start putting in and balancing him that way.
That's great. That's wonderful. And do you look at his emotions and things that he's experiencing?
I do.
And balance
look
them?
at his emotions, and a lot of times his emotions come up as sorrow.
Oh, wow. That's surprising.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Well, his parents are divorced.
Okay, there we go. Yeah.
So
how long ago did they divorce? Did they divorce?
He was only 2 when it happened.
Oh, wow. But still, I mean, at 2, you're still taking in the energy of everything that's happening and the conflict and everything.
Yes. And then I couple it with the emotional code. So I start to remove the emotions with the emotional code off of him. Help him.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Have you seen him change from running sessions on him? Have you seen him change from running the sessions on him?
Oh, yeah. He is very funny. He's a really funny kid. I I did I put the genius on, and then I did a quick Reiki on him because I work in tangent with my things together. I bring the genius in with my other stuff. And so when I finished doing the Reiki on him, and he came, because he was very relaxed, and he looked at me and he got up and he goes, "Oh my God, I felt like you were shooting pins inside of me." It was because the energy was running through him and shifting him.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. Sarita, where do you get your new clients? How do you bring new clients into your practice?
Word of mouth.
So people, can you think of another, maybe somebody who ended up referring people? Can you think of another case where somebody made a breakthrough or had a big change from the work that you're doing?
Yeah, I had this woman, because I used to own a curbs for women. And this one lady came to me and she said, I heard you work with the energy. And it was when I first started with the genius. And I said, yes. And so I put it, she didn't tell me what was going wrong with her, by the way.
Mm.
And I did do a whole session on her. And she went home and she called me later, and she when I did the session, she was crying a lot. I do remember that. And I just, crying is a way of cleansing. When you cry, you shouldn't stop yourself because your body's cleansing. So she went home and she told me she slept like she's never slept since she was little. And then she let me in on the fact that she was just diagnosed with cancer.
Oh my God.
So she told me, says, "You helped me so much. I can now face what I'm facing."
Oh, wow. What did you run for her? How did that happen? They had such a breakthrough with her.
I ran the emotion and I ran the body system on her to see where her body was not balanced.
So the emotions that helped her.
Yeah, the emotions. I think that's why she started crying, because she was letting out whatever it was emotionally.
That's so powerful. That's so
and
powerful.
at the time I was not an emotional code practitioner yet, because that hadn't come out yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So when you do a session, what are some of the things that you commonly check for your clients?
Well, I like to go into the solfeggios and then the chakras and the emotions. I think that those
solfeggios, chakras, and emotions. So those will be some of the first things that you're checking for your client.
Mm-hmm. Besides, the stress for today, and then the nose years, because the nose years, oh my God, they give you so much information.
Well, let's just go ahead and look. I do have my success desk reference cards here as well, if we needed to do a quick check on them. But let's just look at some nogiers. This is from the last session that we did with Lisa.
And I have yours. I love it because I took these. See.
Good. Oh, good. I'm glad that you have those. Yay. Okay. So if we look at the nogiers, and if you were looking at this person and you saw nogier A, what kind of information would that give you?
Well, let me go to the A on here. Because that the nogiers, they connect with our that flower essence. Certain ones connect with that. So let me find my nogier, because I don't have them memorized.
Oh no, you're totally fine. And I'll share with people that also it's for the eyes, for energy, for skin, eyes, ears, wound healing, reducing scar tissue with nogier A, which would be good for anybody with injuries or anybody who's had a surgery, or even anybody who's had one of those things. That would be very good for them. Yeah.
Yeah, it will be very good. And what's the other one? The D. And this one's the balancing of the left and the right side of the brain, which
right. D, G, and L are always going to be for the brain.
Yeah. because, we have to balance both sides of our brains. That's a must,
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of us tend to live on one side or the other of the brain more than keeping them balanced.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to say that a lot of us practitioners, we live more on the right side. It's not the one that's more
Creative. Absolutely.
creative. So we tend to forget the other side, which grounds us and puts us in the material world, or this, you're paying rent, you're doing this, you're doing that, so that's a must. And what's the other one? And the E. This one is interesting. Spinal disorder system and the nervous system, the E. Yeah. So that's pretty interesting. For who was this?
Well, Lisa was just on, she was doing okay in general, but she was wanting a really meaningful relationship, was the place that she was really sort of evolving to, that Beth was working on her. That's sort of what they revealed. And so just relationships, self-esteem, things like that. That's what she was working on. Not anything so much physical.
Yeah.
That's what she told us anyway.
Yeah, so I had written something down here, because when I'm working with, the relationships, the healing, one of the solfeggio, the one for that is the 639.
And that came up for her.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the ones that came up high for her.
Yeah. The
For about
639
cultivating
really,
relationships. And 639 hertz can also be about cultivating cell-to-cell communication. So in cancer, or when something's not working right in the body, you want the cells, the nervous system, the neurons, you want more better cell-to-cell communication, so you can use 639 hertz.
exactly. That's totally correct. So with the 639, the flower, the essence is the minucus. Is it? I'm not saying that correct, but that's one of the ones that you want to put in there for their flower essence.
Where are you reading that from?
I had written it down. It's on your thing.
It's which part of the success cards are you pulling that from? Maybe the one about the flower essences in general.
Flower essences in general, yes.
Yeah, it's interesting because we did it from the flower essences to the solfeggio. Maybe you mean mimulus?
Mimulus, yes, that one. Yeah, the mimulus connects with that frequency.
Well, mimulus is mostly about fear. And let's see what I put on my own success cards here.
But
about
it has balancing and healing relationships.
Yeah, that's great. And also 963 hertz. Yeah, these are pretty helpful, aren't they? They really do make some great connections of things that you can add in to the tray. When you get, say, a flower essence or something like that, then you could add in 639. You could add in 963. You've got the kidney, the bladder, because mimulus is about fear.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so
what happens to us when we're having problems in our relationship? What is the first thing that comes up?
Fear.
Exactly.
Because fear of loss. Yeah, fear of losing the relationship. Somehow it's not going to work out.
Fear of they're going to leave me.
Mm-hmm.
So that solfeggio and that essence works for them in that sense, which helps them connect, getting back.
I think that's wonderful. I love how you work with people. Like, you have very clever ways of working with people. I'm not surprised that you grow your practice through word of mouth, because you have just a lovely way of working and sort of figuring out cases.
And then I always tell them that as human beings, we have the last choice.
Mm-hmm. What does that mean?
That means that you choose to stay or to leave.
Mm-hmm. Do you deal with a lot of people in relationships who are having conflicts or difficulties?
Yes, that seems to be the going problem nowadays.
Well, tell us a little bit about that. What are you seeing in relationships?
I'm seeing that they don't want to put the work in.
But you're seeing a lot of conflict. You're seeing a lot of people contemplating whether they want to stay in their marriage or in their partnership or.
Mhm. Yeah, that's happening a lot. And I think that a lot of the being so locked down and being so there cause the I can't breathe.
Whoa. It's not normal for people to have to spend the amount of time that they did during the lockdown together. I mean, that's unreasonable.
Yeah, because you start to lose a sense of self.
Exactly. And people need their alone time. Men need their man cave, and everybody needs their
women
time
cave.
to decompress. Women need their women cave.
You know, we're meant to have someone when we get older in our lives, but we're also meant to be able to feel like we can go somewhere without having to always be with that person.
Yeah. Because otherwise you lose your sense of self.
Exactly. So it's complicated, relationships are complicated, and then you bring children in, it becomes more complicated, so I work with that. I work with their emotions. I work with helping them, sort of like steer their boat and,
That's wonderful. It sounds like you actually give them a lot of comfort and a lot of hope in their relationships when you're working with them.
Yeah, well, my husband and I, we've been married for many years, so I could tell you that journey is not easy.
You can speak from experience, but when you do that with your clients, you can speak from your own experience and compassion and empathy with them and say, I know that that's difficult. I've been with my husband for X amount of years, and it's we have to put the work in. Otherwise, we don't get the good result of harmony with each other. But the genius could be wonderful. One of the things that you can do is you can put yourself and your partner in as the singular client, as a method to harmonize the relationship with that person. So you can both go in at the client together, combined, and then the date of birth is going to be obviously your anniversary, the day they got married, that type of thing, when the relationship, your first date, whatever it might be. And then we have all types of relationship harmony, wonderful libraries like the Bliss of Union, personal clearing childhood wounds, manifesting relationship, experiencing union and harmony. And we have some relationship happiness libraries as well that we can look at, and you can run those, and those can really be very, very helpful. Have you utilized any of these in for your couple clients?
Yes, and I want to point out too that when I do that, when I put them in as a couple, I put the picture of them together, not singular. Like
you put them together as well, and so you do a picture of them together as well.
Exactly. So they're together, and also there's another app besides the Genius, that it's a relationship app that I have, and it's very good for communication where they face each other and they hold each other's heart and they go through this whole emotional check to help them balance.
Yeah, fantastic. Nancy, you're saying you want a quick scan. We asked for that. Unfortunately, we asked for that about 20 minutes ago, but no worries because we're bringing on a new guest in just a moment. Sarita, it's been so wonderful to spend time with you. We've never gotten to hear from you previously, and I absolutely love it. I love your perspective, and thank you for sharing your practice tips and all of the wonderful clinical pearls of things that you're doing.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yes, we appreciate it. Hopefully you come on more summits and we can continue to learn from you.
Yeah. I have everything that you're doing. I have so many different things that I do with the Genius. It's an amazing tool. And yes, I think that if you're going to try this, try it now. Get in those 14 days. Good Friday is coming. I mean, Black Friday is coming. So this is the time to do it. This is a wonderful tool to have, whether you're going to use it personally or for possibly starting a business.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Okay, Sarita, very happy Thanksgiving to you. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Wonderful. What a delight to have Sarita join us and to talk about her practice and all the wonderful things that she's doing. She's been here for years. I've been working, since 2012, and I think she goes back almost as far with working with the Skio, the Infinity, and then into the Genius. So really, really fun to hear from you, Sarita. And we're going to switch now to our next wonderful guest that's going to be joining us. We have 2 more guests for today, which is wonderful. And I may be live streaming tomorrow. So watch your email. And I may be live streaming and taking doing some scans and talking about energy medicine in general. So look for an early part of the day before everybody gets ready for their Thanksgiving dinner. You may be able to watch a live stream while you're cooking. We'll talk energy medicine, Genius, and do some live scans as well. So you should know about that shortly. So I want to welcome, and I'm going to promote her to a panelist in just a moment here. I'm so glad that we worked this out because it kind of was a last minute thing that it ended up working, and we found a wonderful spot to have her here because we've had her here before. So we're going to be welcoming Maria Love, and perfect name for her, really. She's been a holistic health consultant, quantum biofeedback specialist, spiritual intuitive, creative healing mandala artist with an accumulated 30 years of experience. She works with people and animals creating personalized quantum biofeedback frequency bands, mats, and jewelry. She is our queen of imprinting and has given us a lot of information, a lot of hints about how profitable it can be to her business. That's not the main reason that she does it, but because she found a niche that she can do, creating these bands, and people love receiving her bands for pain, for digestion, for calming, anxiety, so many different bands that she's created. Hopefully we'll hear about that. And so these specialized frequency products have been sold to people all over the world, and they definitely have given their testimony about just really, really amazing results. And she's just a delight to have in our Genius community. So I'm super excited to talk with her. Like I said, we have really the most passionate, most dedicated practitioners in our Genius community. So wonderful and such a gift. So welcome, Maria. How are you? Hopefully she'll be able to come on. It's always just a little bit of a glitch. So welcome, Maria, when you're ready to turn on your camera and your voice. So welcome. If anybody wants to, just let us know in the chat, what is one thing that you've learned today or yesterday or the day before? What is something that you're sort of taking away from all of this that has been helpful for you? Repeat how to do the voice for couples. Okay, Tammy, let me get to that in a moment. So Maria, hopefully you're somewhere where you can start your video and your chat. There you go. Okay, wonderful. Hi, Maria, how are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm doing great. Can you see me at
Good.
all?
I can see you just fine. You're looking beautiful. So
Okay.
yeah, so tell us a little bit about yourself and just your experience as a healer in general. Let's start from there.
Well, I started way back in the 80s, just figuring out what was going to be natural and healing for me, because I've had a lot of bad experiences with the doctors and, you name it. And so my mother got involved with the flower essences, and that was really great. I just healed a lot with the flower essences. And I kept on moving into like essential oils, and I got moved into massage, and then I got into natural hair cutting. It just kept, expanding on the different things that I could do naturally. I was involved with the Skio machine at some point back in the late 80s, early 90s. That was the first one that came out. A friend of mine had bought one, and I said, oh my God, this is really cool. Because just the frequency itself, I didn't quite understand it, but I felt it. And so I was playing around with that for a while, and then came back into, the 90s. No, it wasn't either. It was 2015 to 2018. That's when I started getting real serious about the frequencies, mainly because I wanted to work with my animal that was really sick. And I called a friend of mine who had a scale machine, and she had bought into this packet, one of the packages here. And she was telling me, I said, I couldn't believe it. You could put it actually on your phone. You could put it on your iPad. I said, you don't have to pay $30,000 for this huge machine. So that's when I met you. And that's when I started working with the frequencies. And I have been ever since then. It took me a couple of years to really get educated in it. And I really didn't know what I wanted to do, except for I was just doing a lot for myself. I ended up working with this, a short phase of time, with this naturopathic vet. And I was doing frequencies, sending frequencies to them at that time, because we didn't have the capsule, or else I didn't know about the capsule. I forget what it was. And this one lady I looked at her poor little dog, and he had a head injury, and he kept going, circling in a circle. And I go, oh my God, I said, I think maybe I could, just help you with your dog. And she said, okay. And so I got it all set up, and I was sending frequencies to her dog about 2 or 3 times a week. And the first week that dog stopped circling. I said, oh good.
That's so cool.
And she said, this dog was so happy. And it was an old dog. It might've been about 17 years old, but for like 4 weeks, he was able to lead like almost a normal life. But the thing about it was really good too, is that he passed on really softly, very easily. They didn't have to do anything. And that's what she wanted, because she didn't want to take him to the vet to get, put down. So I found that it eases the death phase, when a person wants me to work with their dog or cat or horse or whatever. And it also helped the individual, because I asked them if I could put their frequency, their name in it as well. So I put their name and the dog's name, so that they could be more in harmony with the frequencies. And it helped her a lot too. So that's kind of like how I got started.
Amazing.
And then, I kept getting on your trainings every week. I started getting really enthused about, wow, maybe I could do this and do that for people, but I didn't really want to do individuals.
Yeah.
I got into the group phase. And so that was really expansive for me.
Tell us a little bit about the group that you did do. Tell us what that was, how you did that, and what the experience was.
Well, I used to be a co-host, which you used to listen to this one person who connects with people all over the world.
Sure.
With his information about what's happening right now. And so I started building, they like, trust kind of business.
The know, like, and trust. That's
the know, like, and
really,
trust, right?
Yeah, they listen to you every week. And so they thought, I know her,
that was simple.
So, yeah.
But that was like 2,000 people. And, so he allowed me to advertise on his program. And people, I made a landing page, and people could get on my newsletter, or they could get on, or they could call and have like a free 20-minute scan. And that's where I got a lot of my group people. And I still have quite a few I've had for over a year now. I mean, the same ones, and they just love it. I would write to them and say, okay, I have like 3 or 4 different series that I could run right here, and I let them choose it. And sure enough, they chose the one that everybody needed, which is, when you're in a group, you kind of, I don't know, the energy kind of merges, and it's not by coincidence at all. It's like, wow, everybody needed each other. So every week I give them one phase of the next part of the program. Like I was doing brain harmonizing or brain optimization enhancement process.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do one phase of it the first week, then the second week and third week and the fourth week. And then I give them a chance to say if they want to do it again or if they would like something different. And they have gone for the second one because they found that their memory is so much better, that they're comprehending things, that they're not so stressed out and anxious. And that's what they, really wanted to experience. So they're really happy campers. I only charge them $50 a month. And basically, I just send frequencies to them. And every week I'd write to them about the new panels.
Very cool.
Most of them are older people and they don't want to get on to Zoom. They don't know
Gotcha.
how to do it. So that's why, I had been doing the FCC call with everyone, and then they decided they didn't want to do that. So I just, write them a newsletter, a little bit of a newsletter, each week about what the phases are. So they're
Gotcha.
real happy with that. And I am too. I mean, because I have other things that I'm doing as well. So that's part of the group. I really like doing the group. It's pretty easy. All I do is
It's amazing that people had such a good response to it. They really, really liked being a part of sort of something together.
Yeah, it's they don't know each other. They know they're from the same group,
Right.
But they don't know each other, but they're feeling it, and they can feel more intensity in a group.
See, that's what I've always said is it's exponential when people work together as a group, even though they don't really know each other, not really connect. It's because it's like the power of 8 from Lynn McTaggart. They're all working together sort of collectively towards a goal. So that's amazing. That's really cool. But that all being said, you didn't continue with the groups because you sort of evolved to something that really resonated with you more.
Yeah, I'm still doing the group. It's still going.
It is. That's amazing.
Yeah, I resonated to what happened in 2020. The big lockdown and all the fear and things that were going on with what we experienced during that time.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, what can I do? Because people were saying, oh, I'm so scared. What do I do? I need to take this. Where do I get that? I decided, oh my God, I can take this band, just a plain little band like this, set up the frequencies for it, put it on that little, I call it magnetizing or manifesting plate, and just run the frequencies through it. And I thought, it just came out of my mouth, and I wasn't even planning for it when I was talking to the people on the program that I was co-hosting. Oh my God, I got so many phone calls, and I was overloaded. I mean, people from everywhere were wanting to buy my band. And I thought,
that's amazing.
Boy, did I hit the jackpot or what?
Tell us how you talk about an imprinted band to people and what you say to people about it so other people can know, because the truth is that having the genius and having an imprinter plate, it's like having your own sort of money printing press. Like, this is very, very valuable to be able to take media and be able to imprint it all over the internet. You're going to see imprinted this, and I have an imprinted stone, and I have an imprinted EMF protection, but it's all comes from just imprinting the frequency. They have a method of imprinting the frequency. Well, you have one with your genius that you can use. So tell us a little bit about how you talk about it and get people sort of very interested in it.
Gosh, I come across it with a number of different ways. It depends on the type of person. Most of the people that I'm with, they have some kind of idea about frequency. And I get into, okay, what does it feel like when you're laying down on, let's say, a infrared, blanket, or just like an electric blanket, you feel that warmth. And I say, well, that's like, that's a frequency that can come into your body, and your body responds to it. And you can feel it by the warmth. Well, the frequency that I use actually is invisible. And you can also feel it. And the way you can do that is through sound. From using a quantum capsule app, you can listen to the frequencies that I scan for your body, You can put it in, use earphones or earbuds, and you can listen. And then that music, the tones, are what creates the frequency, you know, so that your body can start resonating, start harmonizing, start balancing with those tones. And that leads your body to learn how to repair itself, to heal itself, just by listening to it.
That's good.
And so they understand it. I try and keep it as simple as I can, mainly for me, because I you know, it's hard for me to get real intellectual. I have to do it by feeling. I'm a real intuitive person. I'm real feeling. So I have to, you know, do things in how I would feel or how it would make an impression on me.
Well, let's take it one by one. So if you had like one that was, say you had said for anybody who's in pain right now, and you can get this band, you can put this band on. What is your process for creating the band?
Well, the processes are very intuitive. It depends on what kind of pain they have. You know, some people have arthritic pain. Some people have muscle pain. Some people have, you know, joint pain. And when I run the frequencies as like an imaginary group of people who have this pain, I use my pendulum as well as my intuition. They're all tied together. And in that, I choose the frequencies that I want to put into the main hold tray. And
just wait for 1 second. Wait, Maria, you know what? That's really interesting, because you could actually use your infinite ability of intention to say, my intention is now for anybody who now or in the future would like to use this band to lessen their pain, then it is my intention that I'm now going to choose the best and highest frequencies for them, because you have an inner knowing that would know that. So I love that. I love that you do that. That's really cool.
It's all God inspired. You know, it's not me doing it. It's all God inspired. Mainly because that's where I function, and that's what I want to have people experience, is on a different level, on the higher frequency level for me. I always do prayers. I always do a prayer before I do my work, to get in that alignment with that consciousness. But yeah, the intuition and using my pendulum, I pick out what one's going to be right, and I just don't have any doubt at all, because it's the first one that comes to me, and my hand will just go and naturally punch different ones, even if they're in the yellow. You know, now that's what they need, and this is another one they need.
Great.
You know?
Well, I love it.
So,
Everybody has the permission to do that. You know, you can't do any harm with the genius. The genius works with the person's innate intelligence, and the body will take what it likes and leave the rest. So you can never really make a mistake in what you're choosing, and that really allows you to open up to your own intuitive process.
correct.
Yeah, that's great. I just wanted to show here, you know, been doing some research, and there are some bands, we're going to be presenting these and making these more available, but even something like this is a simple band that has a nice little gemstone, or people can find them if they want to research them. This would be wonderful for imprinting frequencies, because it's going to be absorbed in the stone. So that would be one thing. We talked about the hologram that we're now presenting for people, that they can imprint this into the hologram, or they can use hologram stickers on their silicone bracelet. And even something like this is rather inexpensive. I think this is something equivalent to like obsidian. And so something like this makes a perfect medium for people to imprint the frequencies. The frequencies will really be picked up and held by something like that. So back to you and your intuition.
Well, another thing that I felt was real important with helping people, and just to think of what is it that really affects people big time. And that's heavy metals, it's viruses, it's teeth infections. You know, there's a number of major things that people don't realize has an impact in their health. So I went in and I got this. This is a trivet, what they call a trivet. And It's silicone, of course. I got it on Amazon. I do the bands on Amazon as well. And I took that and I said, well, okay, people will be able to neutralize, harmonize, and negate all the chemicals in the water, the snake venom stuff. They can, all the heavy metals, again, that would be in any kind of product, any vegetable, canned foods or whatever they have. And also anything like the chemtrails being sprayed and having that residue on their food. And so I said, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all kinds of things in there. I put vitamins and minerals, and I put amino acids in there, since, you know, it's going to be like for food or for water. And
Nice.
people can, I don't know what, I put 400 different items in there.
That's really
And-
cool.
And
then
so
how
I
long
was-
did you do the imprinting of the trivet for then?
15 minutes.
Okay, that's really
And
cool.
yeah.
No,
they
you go
still
right ahead.
have- They still have, I mean, some people have had this for a year, and even myself, and it still works. I mean, it still makes the water bubble, and it still makes the water taste good. And I put one on my work chair. I put one on, you know, the car that I drive. And people have actually told me, oh my God, it took away my pain. And I was thinking, I was going, well, sure. I mean, heavy metals create pain in the body. You know, the toxic waste, you know, all these different things, you know, that are full of chemicals, you know, from our body. And people swear on it. They take baths with it, you know, they put it in their foot soak, they put it behind their back, they sleep with it. This one lady who had, she had tongue cancer, and she could, you know, she can't speak very well, but what happened was, oh my God, the doctors butchered her. And she had radiation, and she had all kinds of problems. And she just called me out of just desperation. And I said, well, I think what I can do is I can work with you and put some other things into the mat for her. So I put everything else within the mat, the chemical toxicity, the cancer stuff, and whatever. And she put it behind her neck. She was just in pain. Her lymph glands were all swollen. You know, she could hardly talk, and you know, she's lost 30 pounds because she can't swallow, because her esophagus has been like, the muscles have been like spasm. And this thing, the next morning, she was able to get up. She was able to drink water. She was able to eat her food without vomiting it up. She said they had no pain. Everything went down. I mean, just like, I don't know how people are going to react to this. I have no idea. That's why I say I can't really guarantee. But I said that, you know, it's $50, and what can you lose with $50, you know?
That's really awesome. It's much more affordable. So let's just review again. You took the trivet and you imprinted it with the heavy metals, but also nutrition. So it could be used for, like, you know, water, or your food could be cleared of heavy metals, but also you could intake the nutrition. And then she put the trivet behind her neck, just held it there. And then she noticed all of the changes. See, we're not utilizing media as much as we should be. And Mireya is like our pioneer in imprinting different media and really getting out there and doing it and seeing it. You know, this is for the person, they're never going to be able to use the quantum capsule. They're never going to be, you know, into the remote session, but they like, oh, there's something I can purchase that I can take home with me. And it's so easy to use. It couldn't be any easier. All I have to do is hold on to it or wear it. And so I think you really tapped into like where some people are with this, because you're making it more accessible to them.
Right. Exactly. So in all of this, I wanted to also add the creative aspect that I have.
Yes, please.
So I don't know if you can see this or not. This is a mandala. And I make 3D mandalas, 2D mandalas, but this one is just a flat 1D, but it's in the capuchon. So the capuchon, you know, it has some depth to it. And behind this actually is hologram patch that I put, I put either anxiety and relief, or I put happy patch, or I put protection, or I do solfeggio or chakra, meridians, pain, skin rejuvenation, you know, brain, vitamins, minerals, and you can wear it. And it's a piece of jewelry that is so beautiful. And it's just amazing. I wear one all the time, and that has the EMF, You can put a
You know,
couple
I was going
patches
to
in there
ask you,
too.
because when you came on the webinar, I was going to say, what is that you're wearing? Did you imprint that with, because I couldn't see it
Yeah.
exactly. I could see it now because you showed it on there, but I was like, whoa, there's some energy in that piece.
Yeah.
What did you imprint in there?
Let's see, right here. This is an EMF. So it has, I don't know, 50, 60 different things, you know, like cell towers, EMF, routers, Wi-Fi, your cell phone.
Did you put some solfeggios or really positive?
Oh
There's
yeah, solfeggios. I always put solfeggios
positive
in.
really coming from there is what I
Yes.
feel. Now, people
Yes.
did ask, like, how do you, Nancy said, how do you put the frequencies in the trivet? You use a remedy plate.
Yes.
A remedy plate is a vehicle where you broadcast the frequency. You see this wire here. So the genius is connected here through a wire, and then you play the frequencies on your genius and boop, it's coming through here. And this has special copper tracings in it. It's a special shape. And so it broadcasts the frequency. So whatever's on the plate, whether it be water, or if it be a bracelet of some kind or a gemstone, it's going to be imprinted into the plate. And you only need 15 minutes to imprint, as Maria described, and it will be locked in there. Do you have more to say about that? Do you have more to add?
Well, I'm still expanding a lot. You know, it's when I hear someone has a problem that I haven't worked with yet, I'll go and research on what it really is, like the Mayo Clinic. You know, I'll go online, I'll research that. I will go to online again and find the naturopathic way of healing it, putting the two together, you know, and then I start making my own programs.
That's very smart. That's very smart. What are some other topics or areas where you've made bands, and are any other media that we've got your own creative ones, the beautiful mandalas that you do? We've got the bracelets, the silicone bracelets, and we've got the trivet. Is there other media or other things that you've created?
Not yet. Those are the ones that I sell the most.
No, that's
which
totally
I'm still
awesome.
Expanding.
How many?
It's my 3D.
Wristbands? How many wristbands do you think that you've sold over the total time that you've been doing it?
I don't know. I've been throwing them out, but I've just been going on and on and on with them. I don't know, maybe 2,000.
2,000. That is awesome. High five, girl. That is so good. Yeah, that is so good, because you're using the potential of the genius, which we've been saying for years. This works, and we put this media, but you're the person who really has taken it and run with it, which I'm so impressed. And I think that's awesome. We do have some questions. How long will the transferred frequencies stay in the object? Even though you already mentioned it, just tell people a little bit again about how long you found that it actually continues to work.
Well, I've been doing them for about a year now, and they are still in there. So yeah, I don't know. I mean,
you said the trivet. So many people have had the trivet for a year, and they're still getting benefit from the trivet. So that's,
and the wristbands as well.
Yeah, it's so much beyond, like, we're very limited on our thinking, like, oh, if you do this, it's going to run out. Like, it's limited, like it's only going to last a short time. And so we're really expanding our understanding, like these frequencies actually can stay, that consciousness can stay in there for a pretty long time. People continue to get benefit from it. Why does Maria prefer to use stones or trivets versus spring water or essential oils that go internally? That's a good question.
Well, mainly because I don't have essential oils, and because I have structured water. So, I mean, it's, you know, what do you say? You can do anything you want.
Yeah, you could certainly do water. That's a great question from Karen. I know she likes to work with spring water and so forth. But my main answer is just the smartness of when you send something with water or even essential oils and they take it internally, you put yourself sort of out there more liability. And also with water is so tricky, unless the person's in person, you never want to send the water to someone and just be like, oh, there's something growing in my water. My water's like brown. I thought it was going to be clear. Like, you just don't ever want to hear that. So if you have something like a wristband or a trivet or a gemstone, like, you're never going to hear that. So safe for them. And in the state of Florida, sometimes they say, when you're imprinting water, which is so stupid, you're imprinting water with frequency, that you might be making a remedy. So that's dumb. but just then, you don't hit up against any of that resistance when you're working with pure media. And I think that that's some, the other thing about the media piece of it, just like a bracelet or whatever, is people love to buy these things. Like if you had this on your website, all of our practitioners just had something like this on the website, I guarantee people would purchase because they make impulse purchases and they want something nice for themselves, So I think that this appeals in so many different ways, just as a nurturing gift. Do you have any other more thoughts?
Well, it's very practical for one thing. Another thing is that it heals. It does help the body heal itself. It's not just something that's nice to wear. It's functional. It's protective. It helps your body heal. Remember to heal. I mean, there's so much depth into this. And the way that it goes, the layers, it goes deeper and deeper and deeper into the system, and it affects the emotions. It affects the physical body. It affects the higher consciousness of a person. Because I always put pineal gland, the pituitary gland, because those are part of the spiritual aspects of the center of the brain. And so, we can't leave that out. We have to have all those levels taken care of, at least in the way that I believe.
Yeah, that's absolutely great. Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Okay, so we had the beautiful nutritional one that you did, and then the pain one. What other ones have you done, or what are you working on? What's cooking now?
Let's see. I have sleep, money magnetizing, brain optimization, enhancement, vitamins, minerals, and aminos, skin rejuvenation, anti-aging, pain, sulfadios, chakras, meridians, happy patch, anxiety relief, EMF protection. I'm on my way to doing Epstein-Barr virus. Also,
which, by the way, since this thing, a lot more people are expressing or are coming down or seem to be the Epstein-Barr, if it was dormant, seems to be more expressive. So it seems like you're right on time with that. What kind of research and what have you done? What goes in your EBV band, Epstein-Barr virus band?
Well, pretty much a lot of the virus energies that are in the genius, and some of the foods. I've been doing some reading on Anthony Williams, which is the medical medium. Mm-hmm. And he has some really great insights on that, which really kind of describe what you've been training us with the Epstein-Barr and the different mediums of what happens to the Epstein-Barr or the virus. And the thing is that we want to neutralize all that. And if there's 60 different varieties, and there's probably more than that now of the break off of the Epstein-Barr, like chronic fatigue and Hashimoto's and all these things that are tied into the Epstein-Barr. I want to get to the core issue, like the root cause of it.
That's awesome.
I also put the root cause in there, but the root cause is the Epstein-Barr virus. But we're also looking at having a really good pH, standard in the body. So you're looking at, putting like green vegetables or, minerals or sea minerals or, a number of things like that help the body and improve the immune system.
That's
so it's
wonderful.
Not just the Epstein-Barr, you want the immune system be stimulated as well. Mm-hmm. I haven't made it yet. I'm working on it because I think this is another direction I want to go. And, with the core issues that we have, let's get to the root cause. Let's not go around it, And so.
Let's say your website, because I think it's a little different from the one that Karen has cited here, because she looked you up, she Googled you to find out your site. It's the subscribe page one, right?
subscribepage.com/Maria Love.
So let's just get this on here and Karen can check it out as well.
Just now updating it for the holiday sales. So
okay, so copy and paste that one because she's got all of her updated ones and a holiday Black Friday sale, which you're a smart lady to do that and set that all up. Tell us about the money magnetizing. That's a library that we offer here that I know that you imprinted, but what I'm really more interested in is what people have said when they've worn the money magnetizing band.
Well, I haven't really sold any yet because these are just the brand new ones that but I'll tell
okay.
you my experience of it.
Oh, please. Yeah.
Is just that, like in the morning, I just go, oh, I'm going to get up and what am I going to do? And I don't feel motivated. And I put the success panels in there as well as the money magnetizing.
Nice.
So after the second day of wearing it, I'm getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Would you believe that? Getting up at 5 in the morning going, wow, what can I do today?
That is awesome.
And then I'm getting out and I'm at work at 8 and I'm starting to crunch down all kinds of things that, a lot of different ideas coming in. I started magnetizing money. I tell you, this one lady called me up. She says, Maria, can you work for me one day or half a day a week? I'll pay you $500.
Whoa.
And so I magnetized that. And I was wearing that after 2 days of the band.
That's an awesome result. That's awesome.
And then I'm getting money in the mail from where I didn't even know who these people are. They're just donating to me.
That is fantastic. That's the power of frequencies. That's the power of frequencies, which is amazing. That's awesome. I love hearing that. And you can give that as a testimonial to the people that you're going to be offering it to.
Yeah.
So that's great. And it's always good to have something about abundance that you're offering to people, whether it's an abundance session or it's an abundance gemstone or it's an abundance wristband. So that's really, really great. Fantastic. Any other things that you can think of when people put the bands on, things that they told you that they experienced that were positive?
Oh my gosh. I have so many testimonials. Let me pick out a couple. Okay. One lady at the beginning, when I first started making the protection band, she received that band that day and then she didn't wear it, but she went to a friend's place and her friend told her that she just got the injection.
Right.
And she started, after about 15, 20 minutes more, she started feeling sick and she started getting a headache. And she says, I'm going to have to go home. So she went home and she was driving, she was getting into the house and she was pouring, her nose was bleeding really bad.
Ugh.
And so she put the band on. She saw, she said, oh, I've got to put Maria's band on there. Within 5 minutes, the bleeding completely stopped. Her headache was gone.
Wow.
And she said, I've been wearing it every day after that. And she has not gotten sick or had any experience with
that's amazing.
The die-off, or what do you want to call it?
So good. That's amazing.
And then the pain band, couple of people. One lady had pain most of her life, and her hips were always out of balance. And chiropractor had helped her, but she was still in pain. And she said, well, Maria, I'm going to try your band. And so I sent her a band. And so what happened was she wore it for the first night and she was like maybe 50% less pain. She kept wearing it. Second night, she felt better. She woke up and she just had a tinge of pain and now she has none. And she wears it every day. She has no pain. She's happy. She's dancing. She's doing the things that she's been wanting to do. And so she got smart. She says, I wonder if it'll help my dog. So she put it around her, the dog had a collar and she put it around the collar. And that dog hadn't been eating for several days and she didn't know what was wrong with it. And after about 2 or 3 hours, the dog got up, started eating and started playing. And so, it's magic. What you call
That's
magic.
Amazing. That's so wonderful.
Now, what I'm really happy about is a lot of these children and parents, the parents are not awake yet that are vaccinating their children. And the children are coming back with ADHD and they come in with a lot of food sensitivities and allergies and, autism and things like that. And this one lady says, Maria, we're at our wit's end. The doctors keep giving him medication, but he's just not getting well. And I heard about your personalized bands. And so those are different. Those are much different than the regular bands because I get really specific and really hone into the root causes of the person at that time. And so I said, okay, what I need from you is I need all the vaccines that he has the names of the vaccines.
Right.
I need to know the foods.
To harmonize them, to clear them.
Yep. I need all the foods that he's allergic to. I need his behavior, what's going on with him, and so I did. And it took me quite a while to really get it the way that I wanted and that the pendulum, was guiding me to. So I said, okay, here it is. And so I gave it to her. And
how many
said,
frequencies, how many frequencies would you say were in that one?
Close to 380.
Okay. And so, and then you took the band and then you imprinted it for 15 minutes?
Yes.
And when you imprint it, you just do the frequencies, like the alternating frequencies, whatever the default setting might be.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Awesome.
Oh my, I was just crying when I heard her response. Maybe about a week later or so, I said, I'm real curious. I mean, how is your son doing? She says,
right.
I can't believe it. He is acting as a normal child. He's actually coming and snuggling with us and wanting attention and carrying on a conversation. His ADHD, what are ADHD?
Yeah, right.
Is
ADHD, yeah.
really minimized, and the
That's
teacher
amazing.
was recognizing this and giving him lots of, positive reinforcement. And she says, "Oh my God, we went to the fair, and we were so able to trust him, knowing that he wasn't going to be bouncing all over the place. Here he was staying with us, but getting excited." So, oh my God, it is just. I mean, I just feel blessed that I'm.
Yeah, that's amazing. These testimonials are so powerful, Maria. Yeah. I think part of the magic is the accessibility. Even playing the capsule. I mean, the capsule is great for like a certain population, but for the population, like a child, an older person, like you're really hitting the areas where we have these gap areas where people can't really access the technology. But you're wonderful at really allowing us to learn about the potential of these imprinted media. Like I didn't even realize they could be this powerful. We need to document more of these and do some more research. Like that is absolutely amazing and so heartening. Now, can you tell us a little bit about what, because you charge a different amount for a specific person, right? That's a different amount. Can you maybe, just for our practitioners' sake, can you give them a little idea of what like a band would be, how much a personal session would be, so that they have some sense just for themselves when they're planning their sessions?
Well, intuitively, I was impressed with $15 for like a band that had protection in it, or EMS and whatever. Mainly because I was working with the older people and they didn't have a lot of money.
Sure.
But I wanted to be of service of some kind to help them.
That was kind, yeah.
So what I do now is I charge $50 for the mat, the harmonizing mat.
The trivet.
The trivet. And then I charge $45 for the necklace. It includes a band, either a silver-plated necklace or like it's a black silk wrap, band, or for the necklace.
Oh, is that, are you saying the necklace is your mandala?
Yeah, the mandala cabochon.
Okay.
Yeah, the mandala. And so those are $45. If you want 2 patches in it, then I put it to $65. And that's all it will have to, I also charge shipping. And I do my own shipping through Pirate Ship.
Very cool.
So,
Pirate shipping, like a shipping application that you can get. There was, so V says, when you send the band through the mail, do you protect them with foil or something like that?
No, I don't.
How do you wrap them in like a cellophane wrap, like a nice, like sort of package wrap? Like how do you present it to them?
Well, it's through an envelope, a mailing envelope that has, what do you call that? Padding in it. Or,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just, you just tuck it inside of there.
Yeah, I have like a small little net bag that I put it in. It's very small. And so it's more like it looks like a gift.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Okay, fantastic. And then there was a question, how do you do the frequencies for the jab? Are you putting those in? Are you saying harmonize it? I think it's a whole bunch of different things. Like we do have Rife frequencies for that. We have things that say clear the effects of, like in V-Shed and V-Clear, those libraries. And so they're like clear the effects of those. And sometimes it's just the resonance of the actual thing itself. Like you could just put in the name of the type of jab, and even just having that name, it's like homeopathy, it'll help to clear it out. what are some of the things that you do, Maria?
Well, I mean, everything that I find that are red and blue and that I pendle is what I put in there.
So when you say you
Because
do your pendulum, you think of frequencies that would be beneficial to go in that particular band, and then you
that would harmonize with everything. That would
Okay.
harmonize with everything, you know, because there's some that are red that wouldn't harmonize, or blue that won't harmonize with the other ones that I have. So I'm pretty particular what I do put in there. I always have the thought and the inspiration that all this guidance is going to be perfect in its, harmonizing and balancing and negating any kind of energies that are harmful to being positive. Just with the name, with the voice analysis, with the birth date, all that at the very beginning, I have that intention. And it's always a high intention that whatever they get, they're going to get, and their body's going to receive it well. And I mean, it's proven with all the testimonials that I've had. Like you said, Ariel, if the frequency is in there that the body doesn't need, it's just not going to need it. It's not going to bother them. And the body's only going to choose the ones that are going to be working. And once they get past that, then there's other ones that are in the bin that maybe the body didn't need that they need now.
Yeah, that's
so,
great.
Frequency is not going to harm. And then as long as they're all really compatible, then it's going to be a compatible band.
That's fantastic. Can you say, many of our practitioners, they're really, or our genius users, they sort of sit on the sidelines because they're a little bit scared to start their practice. Do you have any words of encouragement or inspiration for them?
Yeah, I would tell them to open up to being curious.
That's interesting.
Because being curious means that you're going to look into something a little bit deeper and experiment a little bit more and try it out on yourself. And it's really, you don't have pressure on yourself because you're just being curious. That's how I started.
That's good. That's
you
great.
knew me when at the beginning how scared I was, and saying, oh, I don't know if I can do this, and blah, 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 and I just said, okay, listen to her and find out what I can find that would be curious for me. And
that's
it just
really fantastic. That's fantastic. Because I know, because we worked with each other over time, like, I just want people to know that, this was not easy for you. This took a lot of courage on your part and a lot of self-confidence and a lot of like personal contemplation to get yourself to the place where you felt ready to move forward, but then you did bit by bit. And then you had this wonderful success, like over 2,000 bands, that's amazing. And so I want other people to really take inspiration and comfort that if you set your mind to do this, you can do this. You can make a viable practice with this. And because the genius is so dynamic, that practice could take many different forms, like imprinting media. Like that could be your whole practice, is just being very creative with these bands. Yeah, it's
infinite.
Great.
You could think of something else and think of something else and another thing and another thing, I just would really encourage people to work with animals because they receive it so fast. And
what's another, do you have another story about working with a dog or a cat or a horse that comes to mind?
I do have plenty. Okay, the last one that I had, this one lady friend of mine, she has a dog sitting or dog walking business, and she had kind of halfway, owned this one dog along with her friend. And this dog was about 11, 12, and it was a golden retriever. And it was getting old, and they didn't know what was going on with it, what was wrong with it. So one day, the people couldn't find the dog, and the dog was outside on the ground, and he had died. But when they came out, then he revived himself, and they took him to the vet. And the vet said, well, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about it. Go to a heart specialist because there's something going on with his heart. And so they took him there, and they said, well, he's too old. We can give you a little bit of medication, but he's not going to make it. Well, so they brought him home, and he started getting worse. And my friend was over there and she says, no, wait a minute, Maria has these bands. She says, don't have the vet come over and euthanize them yet. You know, there might be a miracle that would happen. So she called or she texted me and I said, okay, I made a band for him knowing what was going on because they medically told me what was going on with him. And so I did a lot of the things as well as our own organs.
So heart frequencies,
and emotions. Yeah, heart and emotions. So phagios, noasias. I did, what I usually do.
Noasias,
right? And then I did all the dog panels that were needed at that time. And then I sent it off. And I didn't hear from her for 3 days. And she says, Maria, you wouldn't believe what happened. We put it on his collar and this dog got up and started eating. And then he started going outside and playing with the other dogs. And, it went that way for like 4 weeks. And finally, he was happy. Everybody was happy. And he just laid down and then he passed away.
But you gave him 4 more weeks of
4 more weeks, but
enjoy.
That big of a deal. Holy Moses.
That is so that must have really impressed on you. Like even you must have been surprised at the power of it.
Oh my God. Yeah, I sure did.
That's so great. You got a beautiful comment from Lisa and she says, thank you so much. I have a brother with mental health issues and he's not computer wise at all. No email. And this is how I can help him. Thank you, Maria.
Great.
Yeah, so that's really tells us, how important that the media, the imprinted media really is. So, and was there another one? Did you have another story about?
Yeah, there's another story of an animal. This one lady brought her dog. I live in Covington, Washington, and Tacoma is about 45 minutes away. She brought her dog in and her dog had suddenly not been, he couldn't use his behind legs.
Oh, so that lameness is really scary too, because that's usually a sign that something deeper is going on.
Right. So I looked at him and I had this feeling that he had like spinal stenosis. And because it was so painful for him in his back. So I brought my computer out, and I started running the solfege. I just pulled all of them together, solfegios, and I put in, the chakras and meridians. I put the emotions in there because he was carrying his human host emotions in there. I got the pain, did a number of things with the pain.
Now, wait, you went a little bit fast there. What do you mean human host emotions? You mean all the emotions that animals take on from their owners?
Yes, that's what I meant. Yeah.
That's amazing. So you include that because that's just part and parcel of what they're experiencing. Like a lot of what they're processing is their owners. They're taking sort of sponge absorbing. Very interesting. That's an important piece to mention.
Flower essences, flowers on points. Gosh, there's just a whole bunch of them I started working with. I must have had about 50 of them, and then I started playing and just let him play for 5, 10, 15 minutes. And that dog, he was panting when he came in because he was so nervous or probably also painful. He started relaxing a lot, relaxing. And finally, I also had the Itera Care, which it's another form of frequency, and it blows frequencies, and I started using that on top of that. That's because that she wanted it to be done too. So I had that as well as the frequencies going. So that was about 20 minutes. It was altogether maybe about 35 minutes. And when we got up, the dog got up himself. He needed just a little bit of work, but he was able to move his legs and go outside, sit down, get up, walk into the car. And here he wasn't able to either before.
That is amazing. That is amazing.
So I usually like to mention a couple of other things, if a person can buy products that would help, like the MSM product with chondroitin, I
Mhm.
mentioned that to them, and they added that to his diet, which really helped a lot too.
Good.
Afterwards. But it was just, they don't know about these things. And as long as I have some other things like in the Genius
Right.
that mention certain things to take, then I do that. It says, it's like you have one thing doesn't totally heal it, but if you can expand it to 2 more things of either vitamins or herbs or essential oils or whatever, it just helps to encourage and enhance more of it.
No,
Healing.
you bring up a good point, though. A lot of people who have animals don't know about holistic health concepts, and this sort of sparks the conversation. You get the conversation going, and then you can test them for the right natural remedy that they need. I mean, it's sort of a corollary to our human experience, but so many, veterinarians are basically like the exactly similar, right? This another analogous to the Western physician. Now they're doing that to animals, whereas animals would be a great, animals in general would be a great candidate for any type of frequency medicine, including the Genius or homeopathy, because like you said, they don't have any resistance. Like, oh, how could this possibly work for me? I don't know anything. This seems ridiculous. They don't have any of that resistance, and yet they're being applied. Like, they actually prescribe like Prozac for dogs. Like, that's stupid, like that's dumb. So you're able to really have that conversation with them about nutrition and things like that, which is, really, really awesome. I love that you've been, that you worked with animals, both with the Genius and with the actual bands. I think the bands, that's another use case, is in animals, because again, can you really run the quantum capsule for them? They could wear the band and get that sort of, they could wear the band and then they're always getting the medicine because they're wearing the band for that amount of time. So it makes a lot of sense. Let's see. Okay. And Christina says, thank you, Maria, for for the information. Is wonderful and outstanding what you're doing with the biofeedback.
Thank you.
And so Tammy says, will this work with crystals?
Sure.
Yeah. Of course, crystals are just like computers, like they're completely programmable. And so they're very susceptible to the Genius frequencies. You can program a crystal exactly. There was another good question that I was trying to search for, which was just about, I hope I can find it, about 1 frequency per band. And it's not like that. Kathleen says, it seems that each item should be imprinted with a separate single topic focus. Is that the recommended approach? Now, that doesn't have to be the way that you do it, but I think for marketing purposes, so people know why they're getting the band, that's why Maria does it. Or tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, I just name it to what I feel is important.
Okay.
It's like what we do in working with people. We put the solfeggios in there. We put the chakras in there. We put, Bach flower and emotions in there. I mean, those are added in as well, because that keeps the circulation, that helps to help the body harmonize and make the movement in the body better. So if I go anxiety relief, then I'm taking all those things plus anxiety, plus, there might be some other things to do with the brain or whatever. It's small little things that you put in that make a difference. And it doesn't matter to me. It's worked out fine having 300, because they all flow together. They all were worked in a point where they all would harmonize. You can do just solfeggios, or you can do just 1 solfeggio. You can do whatever you want. I just have been guided a different way. So.
That's awesome. Well, we could go on and on about these media, but people have learned a lot from you today. So I'm so glad that synchronicity, it ended up working out. Some people are saying they use hair bands, like the ladies' hair bands. That's perfectly fine. Whatever you want to imprint, it's your deal. Like, you find out what works. When you imprint something, you want to hear back from your clients. Did it work? Was that a good thing to imprint? It's up to you. I used Band-Aids. Band-Aids wouldn't be my first choice, but gel patches. We've used some of the patches, the hydrogel patches that women usually use for the breastfeeding, for taking care of that area when breastfeeding. And those are great because those have water in them and they're just like a little sticky patch that you can use. So you want to think with your brain, like what makes the most sense, crystals, the hologram, water, even though we're not really talking about water so much as just as a media, but the gemstones, crystals, anything that would make sense that would hold a frequency would be great. And you'll find out the one that resonates the best for you. And also what your clients say to you, if it's something that worked for them, that will really be the determinant factor. So Maria, for people who might be watching today that are not that familiar with the genius, that are just getting to know it for the first time, they're thinking about getting it, what would you say to them?
Wow, it's a perfect tool to be curious about. Because there's so much that you can do with it. And the more you explore, the less that you feel afraid of it, because you're exploring one thing at a time and going to the next thing and going to the next thing and exploring that and making a physical object or sending the frequencies. Hey, how about me sending you some frequencies, to a friend? It's just really not hard. It took me time because for me, it's just, I wanted to go slow. I'm not really a fast learner. So I had to go slow and take my time. It took me 2 years, one step at a time. And yet I was doing something for myself. I was doing things for other people. But it was like when was it, 18, 19. So it took me 2 years again to all of a sudden step out. There's no rush. This is an ongoing lifetime thing. I mean, this technology can go way into the future. And with Ariel, bringing out so many new things to study and to try out. That's what she's doing. She's curious. She wants to know, well, I'm curious about this. How much further can this expand? And you're learning as much as we are. We keep on expanding. So
exactly,
it's really,
the whole community
really
together. Yeah,
it's really soft and easy.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's really nice. Maria, it's been such a pleasure to have you on the summit. Thank you for taking the time and so graciously, sharing your experience. You've inspired a lot of people. A lot of people have learned from you today. So we really, really appreciate it.
Oh, that's great. I'm so happy that I could be on here at the last moment.
Yes. We have to make sure to get out in front of that next time. We need Maria on the summit. All right. Thank you so much. And a very happy Thanksgiving to you.
Thank you. Blessings.
Thanks so much. Oh, so fun to talk with Maria today. And all of the guests, all the amazing guests on the summit have been incredible, so dedicated, so devoted. We still have one more, so stick around. I'm going to get ready to introduce her. She's not been on the summit before. She's a new practitioner, but do not worry. We're going to ask you easy softball questions about your practice. So it's going to be super easy, not to be nervous at all. So glad that you're able to join and we're able to have you. So we're going to welcome in just a moment. Is she here? She's here. Yay. Okay, I'm going to promote you to a panelist in just a second. In fact, let me just go ahead and do that so you have a moment to get up there. We're going to be blessed by Audra. Audra actually has 32 years of experience in program management and support of the Secretary of Air Force Acquisition and Intelligence Communities. Oh my goodness. Imagine now switching to quantum biofeedback. So education includes a physics degree, commerce and engineering. Oh my God, you're smarty pants. She's an owner and founder of Authentically Holistic, which specializes in helping empowered professionals manifest a holistic lifestyle transformation. Well, you know what? That makes so much sense because you can speak from that vantage point. And she helps them using biofeedback technology and quantum health assessments. All right. So wonderful. Okay, so let's see if we can welcome you here. Audra, thank you so much for taking the time to be part of our summit today. We're so lucky to have you. Audra, how are you? Welcome.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. I really appreciate this opportunity.
It's wonderful to have you. Tell us a little bit about how this journey you've been on. That's interesting that you had this sort of experience as a professional, and now you're inspiring other professionals to get into holistic health. Tell us a little bit about that journey.
Well, oh my gosh, where do I start? So it's so funny, because I listened to most of the practitioners on yesterday, which there was a wealth of information. Wow, powerful stuff here, right? And then just, I guess, applying it to where I stand and the knowledge that I've built over the years and gained in educational studies and just experiences from the workplace. And what I found was, gosh, 32 years ago, actually a little bit more than that, I'd have to confess. And some may say I don't look like it, but trust me, I am. I wasn't real sure of where I was to go, but we start off in our lives with particularly in some of the older generations, thinking that we're supposed to do what society expects us to do. And so we navigate in areas that, for instance, may not be necessarily from an energetic standpoint of view or a heartfelt standpoint of view where we may have particularly chosen for ourselves. But this is all going to come together full circle when I'm done with this story here. So, because it
You're fine.
It really floored me. And so that being said, I took the approach of, one should make money before they do something that necessarily makes them happy. And I had a scholarship program that was offered to me. It was full scholarship as long as I maintained a certain GPA, and I pursued a STEM curriculum. In the particular case, this was in the area of physics, and it was a hardcore program that started pre-college days. It started the summer before college, and I was only 16 years old, actually.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was one of those deals, and what an opportunity of a lifetime. But do we know and do we truly understand this when we're 16, 17, 18 years old? I would beg to differ that we really do not. But nevertheless, so I navigated in the space of physics and engineering and quantum mechanics and all these wonderful technical based type of courses. And honestly, I will let you know, I'm not even going to play like I knew everything, because I did not. I struggled. A lot of the aspects of it were very difficult. But the aptitude and the ability to obtain the information and the knowledge and to get through all of that was always there. But here's the clinker: what wasn't there? I was not mature energetically. I did not have an awareness of who I was. I wasn't comfortable in who I am. None of that from a quantum medicine standpoint of view or quantum theory perspective was really in play. And it took years and years and years for me literally to actually come into my own. And I'll have to say, I'm still coming into my own, really.
That's a beautiful
and I'm
process.
Okay, and I'm okay with that, right?
Yeah.
And so the years went by, and I stumbled upon this in back in my day, and some others who may be on here back in our day. We didn't have the grace or the convenience of being able to pick and choose what our interview processes were going to look like. They were newspaper clippings, and we went for it. And it said management trainee, and that's all that it said. And who would have thought I stumbled into a career of a lifetime? It provided me a navigational pathway that really sent me through all these different nooks and crannies that, again, I didn't know what they all meant. I knew that it was good work. It was producing, definitely a supportive nominal base for myself and to be able to help family members and that kind of thing. So from that perspective, very, very appreciative. But again, there was always that element that was missing. And I would have to constantly think, was I in the right place? Was I doing the right work? But again, then those responsibilities build up. And then you find yourself in a place where now you're kind of stuck. Now you have to keep navigating this pathway because you've set yourself down this avenue, this road, and it's hard to reverse or go into a different direction. And that's fine too. So fast forward, going through all the processes, I finally came to the point where I said, enough is enough. I think my job is done. I've taken care as much as I can take care of others. And it's now all about me.
That's wonderful. What a beautiful process, though.
Yes.
To come full circle to yourself.
Yes. Yes. But here's the last part. Stumbled upon this wonderful curriculum in quantum medicine.
Great.
And I never would have thought that would have been the thing for me. Because everybody would ask me, why haven't you pursued a doctorate at this point? Because they know who I am. I am eager. I am a lifetime learner. I'm always in the books. That's just who I am. And,
right.
And I think
I
you
get
know
it.
that because I bug you in your sessions all the time, right?
But there must have been something about quantum medicine that must have really sparked you in some way. Was there something about the description or the potential it could hold? What was that for you?
Absolutely. I mean, when I heard that it was theory based in physics, and I'm saying, well, that's what that earlier education was all about, because it was supposed to come full circle. But all of my life, I had been navigating in what we would say the holistic realm. I even cooked all my food for my dog. I took her to acupuncture. She went swimming. These were things that I was doing back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And you could imagine a woman of color doing this kind of thing. Everybody thought I was kooky, right? But I just thought it was what you were supposed to do. Right? So anyway, I got a lot of flack for that, trust me. And now I see everybody pushing their dogs around in baby carriages. Go figure, right? So anyway, nevertheless, when I went down the curriculum and I started looking at the descriptions of these courses, I was like, I'm sold.
You're home.
I'm sold.
You're home. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm navigating that space now, and I'm a ways off from.
So you kind of learn the basic principles about quantum medicine. How did that lead into learning about the genius?
So I have one foot in again, I'm a lover of life. I'm a lover of people, and I adore the younger generation from different aspects of it. There's some that are pro and cons, but then there's some that are pro and con about, our generation, so to speak. They're navigating in what's called this digital content space.
For sure.
So I stepped foot in it. And it's driving me crazy. But as a result, I linked up with a program that helped me to really build not only a brand, but to build a whole, what I would call a conglomerate, so to speak, vision of what my business would look like. So I have the base, the infrastructure, as well as a lot of the different branches. That being said, I locked in on biofeedback technology. And the Genius wasn't even my first choice. I had a couple other different devices, and I was using those more prominently. And it just so happened that, once you get into this space, you start getting into groups and things like that. And there was a young lady that I linked up with, and she said, "Have you heard about the Genius?" I said, "No, but tell me about it. I'm open." So she said, "Well, they have some great customer service, which you guys are phenomenal." I have to say, I have to applaud that. And to be such a small company, the response time is always pretty expedient. And I'm just very appreciative of what you guys are actually doing. So then I came across the device. I purchased just the basic and started using it, and primarily on myself. And phenomenal. that's all I can say is phenomenal. And it's, you know, it's
What was
taken
there
off from
something in
there.
particular? Did you feel more energy? Did you feel more clarity? Did you rest better? Did you have any experience like that?
Well, I'm always a person who's, I try to look at things from a half full and as opposed to half empty. So at that point, you know, now that I'm all navigating this quantum medicine space, it was all about where's your head space at. So I just wanted to do things to develop as much as I possibly could the maximum that operable or operation of my brain power. And so
Very
that's
interesting.
where, yeah,
So did you
that's where
focus
I
on
lie.
brain frequencies and things like that?
Solfeggio
cool.
tones, including the emotions. And then, you know, I can't help. And I know that in this space and how I'm using it with other clients as well, that you zone in those particular sticky, icky, disturbed areas. But at the same token, I'm drawn from an energetic perspective. So before I even start my sessions, we do a very brief meditation. And then after that, you know, just kind of calming the body, calming that sympathetic nervous system, whatever someone's going through. And then we start our session because I like to be at one. I don't want my energy to be disruptive because we all know and understand that energy, you know, it doesn't matter. It has no time and space. And so therefore, anything that's going on with me can affect that person's readings as well. And so I try to be as clear as possible, just like when I'm telling them to drink water, I'm drinking water too. You know, I do the same
You're walking your
thing.
talk. But I like that idea that you do more than just the genius. You sort of have this meeting with them and this intention with them. It's beautiful.
Yes, 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 yes. And looking at it from a holistic perspective. We're drawing conclusions, we're drawing information from what is provided through the instrument, but at the same token, we have to look at things from a holistic perspective and knowing and understanding that our systems are synergetic and we have to create or understand that there's a coherence between all of our organs and body parts and that kind of thing. And so even though it is correct and it's accurate to drill down, we still want to keep some of that other information kind of looming or you know, existing as outliers that we have to bring into the focus as well.
Interesting. How does that manifest? Do you take items that are not necessarily red or blue and bring them into the fold? How does that sort of express itself?
Well, I've been using the energy as the forefront. I base it first on what they expressed to me in the beginning. We don't just go right in. I don't like to go. I like to hear some of the story.
That's good. That's great.
Yeah. You have to, well, I can't say, you know, other people, they're doing this. Everybody has their different approach. And that's what's been so interesting in listening in on some of the other practitioners and listening to their approach. But I have to go with what resonates for me.
And the genius is pliable that way. It's malleable to your constitution, your temperament, your style of practice. And even though we give guidance about how the mechanics and the basics of the genius work, we both, myself and Ryan, have always said it's up to the practitioner to take it in their style and where they want to go. And they'll always show us new ways of using the genius. So absolutely. Yeah.
Exactly. And for the community that I'm targeting right now, education is required. And so that's a different element that maybe others may not have to dig so deep into as well. So there's a little bit of massaging that goes on there. And in order to build the trust, in order to really get a clear understanding of, you know, what this thing is able to do, particularly when maybe they have never been exposed to something like this, the content, the concepts, and
what are some of the things that you say to them to help them to ground them and help them in sort of real world language to understand what this can do?
Well, first and foremost, we take it back to our natives. In most earlier cultures, particularly in Native Americans and in African countries, they didn't have the money for healthcare. So they only relied solely on their energetic and spirituality, right? Their energetic systems and their spirituality. That's where all of our, older remedies come from, putting onions underneath your feet, because I know my mother told me that's something that her mother used to do. And I know that more than likely it was because, these are things that needed to be done before they decided to spend that money to, go to the doctor, that kind of thing.
Those are some of the best cures, though. I mean, even though they had to do it, those are some of the most long lasting and most practical. So that's great.
Yes, yes. So just taking it back and just making people feel and understand that they have the ability to change and alter and control a lot of the thought process and the way that, say, for instance, we respond to things, and just creating a new frequency and energetic, like, for instance, biofield around our systems, so that they can have a sense of control, because that's important too. People want to feel like they have some input in what it is.
That's really important. That's really important. So do you run a scan on people? How do you work with people in person? Do you work with them online?
I do both, but more so, I'll be honest with you, more so with Zoom.
Zoom. Okay. Yeah, that's great. And how are you attracting your new clients? How are people getting to know who you are?
Well, I've actually, I took part in the Build Your Business program and
Business
took your advice,
the
launch pad, and took your advice to do the webinars. So I started off doing webinars, and that became just a big eye opener and opportunity for education. And then one of the great things that came out of that, because of the launch pad, and one of the highlights of it is to build a group kind of coaching process, is that we would end up with everybody talking after the webinar.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah, and then everybody's like, joining in and giving their perspective and talking, and just so that's how I'm building my community. I'm in infancy stage, but I'm on the rise, and I'm in my place where I love, and I will be for the duration.
That's fantastic. Do you have a certain way that you work with the genius? Do you test something first? Do you talk about the aura? What are some of your sort of the style that you use the genius in?
Okay, well, pretty much the style, again, some of it is driven energetically, but a couple of things that I do.
So your intuition sort of draws you. Okay.
But I run the voice analysis, and the first thing I do is I look at the aura.
Okay.
And that kind of just sets the stage. And, I like to take pictures of the aura and then be able to give them the before and after. That kind of, gives them something tangible and makes them feel good, and especially if they're seeing improvement. So we do a quick analysis of the aura, and then I go straight into the system overview. Again, this is where it's based on the story. Some of them I'll go down just about every line item and pull all the reds and blues. But then there are those cases where, if, say, for instance, this is a follow-up, or they're very adamant or specific about and very knowledgeable of themselves too, because it depends on, where that person is with their self-awareness, then we'll kind of go straight in. We'll do in some cases, I'll go straight over. I'm trying to think the general overview. That's where I was trying to get to the general overview. We'll pull the 50 and 50, the 50 highs and the 50 lows, and we'll just figure out just from there what the top 5 are. And that'll give me a quick overview of the individual.
Oh, I love it. Have you been
Yeah.
surprised at the information that you've been able to glean about people from the genius?
Yes. Or put a different way, how the genius has made them aware of who they are.
That's a good, it's, awareness is so important. It's the genius can be a truth teller in a way that becomes transformational for the client.
Mm-hmm. And so here's the deal, and I tell them straight up, like when we're creating the voice analysis, and I'm asking them, would you like to put an affirmation to overlay and train with your scan? And they're like, well, what do I say? I'm very hesitant on how and what I tell them is the type of affirmation that you want to give. And I try to limit it to just make it as present, can't think of the word for it. Present positive, present, two
positive.
P's, present positive as you possibly can. That was a lot of
That's
P's.
wonderful. No, that's great.
Yeah. And then we kind of move from there. And what happens is, because many are not aware or understanding of the system, they can't believe the results and how in sync they end up being with what their concerns are with their physical bodies.
That's wonderful. Is there anything that stands out in your mind in terms of something that people were able to overcome or changes that they were able to make?
Yeah, well, just one sitting, I had one client who, she's very aware of herself anyway, but I won't say lost her way, but just, like we all do. Sometimes we lose our path, our minds get distracted, that kind of thing, and we're not in our superpower being for the day. And that's how she is, because she's a superpower. And we did this reading, and then what came up on hers was, in the spiritual protection, was the chanting. The line item for chanting, it says chanting and something else, but I can't think of what it is. But anyway, definitely chanting is what stood out. So in explaining what that line item meant, I was telling her, that's all about, maybe if you sat and you were just repeating Om and the vibrations and the frequency that comes off of that sound when you're actually speaking the word. And then she said she went back that night and did some own chanting and, listened to her affirmations. And when she woke up in the morning, she said, man, she was feeling so powerful.
Oh, wow. I love that.
Yeah. So that was awesome. Yeah.
It's
and
very
she also says, I can't wait for another scan.
That's wonderful. It's wonderful. I mean, so much more positive than people going to the doctor and being told, well, we don't know what's wrong with you, and we don't really know what to do for you. Here, take this antidepressant prescription. You'll be fine.
Exactly.
Any other discoveries or interesting things that you'd like people to know about your work with the genius?
Yeah, because as I'm navigating in this space, what has become very important to me is holistic nutrition. So I'm navigating deeply into those different spaces with all of my clients and getting them to understand that there's not going to be any cohesion without a proper gut system. So between the gut and one of the symptoms of what's occurring across the board with a lot of people are these autoimmune deficiencies that
definitely
just are on the rise, crazy on the rise. And working with a particular client that, man, it's just beautiful. This is a young girl. My clients are all over the place in terms of age. I have young, I have old, and that's something to take into consideration as well, because my toe kind of navigates in younger space at many times. I'm learning that, and this is very daunting, is that young people are thinking about death at such a younger age than we ever did, at least that I ever did. And
do you think that's because of the pandemic, or why do you think that is?
No, it's because of this craze to be youthful.
Oh, even more
This-
than like when we were younger, like there's even more of an emphasis in your assessment. How do you see that?
Yes.
How do you see that? Is it through Instagram and TikTok, or?
All of the social media, of course, but I do several yoga retreats with a younger group.
Mhm.
And we really get into, our headspace when we're in these retreats. And that is a common thread that comes up. And they'll even say to me, how do you stay so youthful? How do you stay youthful? And, one of the things, like, you see the women, a lot of times they have a lot of makeup. And I told them I didn't really start wearing makeup until I was in my late 30s, probably 40s, before I really started to try to cover up. So that's just an observation, and it's scary. And because of that, they are concerned. They are
Wow.
concerned,
Wow.
but they are also aware. They are a very powerful group that is understanding of this holistic space. And so they are using the resources and tools that are out there. So I guess the point to all of that is, promo for that group of people, because they definitely are out there and have a desire to learn.
That's wonderful, though. That's
Mhm.
there's a lot of runway for your work and your ability to help them, and maybe help them to learn more about themselves through the process of biofeedback.
Yeah, it's interesting. I just love the genius. I just feel like it's just become like my best friend, and especially since you can transport it so easily.
Of course.
I have my whole, what I call my little bag of gifts, my tricks and gifts of all of my devices, but this one goes everywhere with me. I'm like,
I feel the same way. It's easy to get started. You don't have to just sort of like calibrate it and start it up, and is it going to take 5 minutes? It's something that we're going to use it every day, probably on ourselves, because it's so easy to use it. There's so many things, even though I know about wonderful technologies and devices that I have personally, that sit on my shelf for months and months before I get back around to having the time to do a session. The genius, it's just boom, you're there. You're already in it. You've already got results. You already have the ability to balance. That is why I personally, love it so much, just because of the practicality of it.
And I would just want to say, I really want to put it out there that anyone who might be listening to this and they're new to the genius or have no idea, and they're just looking for something alternative to really help them to find balance, to just, maybe if you don't even have to have anything prognostic going on. Maybe you're just not feeling the best you, and you don't have a complete understanding as to where those areas, may not be operating at their maximum potential. The genius is definitely a tool to look into. Obviously you can purchase yourself, or just find a practitioner that's actually, demonstrating the craft, and then go from there. But definitely consider it.
I love it. Audra, it's so fun to get to talk with you after I know you've been on our trainings and I've seen you around, but it's so nice to be able to talk with you and dialogue about the genius. Yeah, it's really exciting. Well, I'm so excited to see where your practice goes from here. So we'll have to have you come back at the next summit and see what the next chapter is for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love that. Yes. But right now, what I'm doing, I'm going to build up my group sessions. And actually, I just wanted to say this.
Yes,
so
please.
Since I'm on here, I have to put a little shameless plug in for myself.
Oh, go right ahead. No, you're welcome to. That's what this is for.
Please go to Authentically Holistic and check me out, because
let's get it right. Is it authenticallyholistic.com? Okay.
Yes.
Authenticallyholistic.com.
.com.
Okay.
And pretty soon, well, the website is beautiful. It has lots and lots of information, but you're going to soon see my link that will drive you right to my subscription. My subscription is going to be fabulous. My subscription, because I too am also a certified yoga instructor. So I'm going to have yoga. I'm going to have sound baths. I'm going to have, what's the other thing? Meditation. So we're going to be doing all
very
kinds of things.
nice. I like the
we're gonna
holistic. It's very holistic.
Yeah, we're going to get that head
like
together.
that.
Yes,
And your
yes,
enthusiasm, your enthusiasm about bringing it all together. You know,
Oh,
every
absolutely.
person is so different, but every person has their own unique gift, and the way you put it together is wonderful and perfect and amazing. It never gets
Yes.
boring, really.
Nope, I'm not a boring person.
I could tell. Audra, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank
to be with
you.
us. People check out her website, authenticallyholistic.com. All right, we're gonna let you enjoy the rest of your day, Audra. Thank you again.
All righty.
Thank you so
Take care.
much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was so great. I never got a chance to really talk or visit with Audra, so it was really fun. I'm sure you all enjoyed it as well. So interesting to hear her perspective. And she came from sort of that very left-brained place of work and has moved into that beautiful right brain, but now sort of bringing them together, which is really, really cool. She's going to do great things and is already doing them. So I just want to really thank all of the presenters, or all of our guests over the last 3 days. Has been amazing. I'm going to be working on a live stream for tomorrow where I can just sort of download some of the summary of what we did and also just talk about the genius, do some scans. So look for that link if you'd like to join me. It'll be a Zoom link, and we'll be able to just spend a little bit of time together tomorrow before all of the big meals commence. And then that'll be followed by Black Friday. Now, a lot of our practitioner specials are already available when you go to geniusbiofeedback.com. and you go to our courses and our deals, you'll see them there. But we are going to be having library specials. So a little bit of a hint, it's going to be a great deal and an amazing discount for Black Friday. Be really happy with it. And if you're a Library Discount Club member, you're going to get 20% over and above what the Black Friday specials are. So if you're not a Library Discount member, you may want to go to geniusbiofeedback.com and join our Library Discount Club, where you get 20% discount all the time, as well as a $97 coupon each and every month. And we do a bonus class. We give you a curated library as well that you can utilize at any time. We found a lot of people really, really like that Library Discount Club, get to get the libraries that they want. So you can read about it here. And also anybody who is in one package, like the basic, and they want to move to another package, we have an upgrade program where you can get credit for what you've already purchased, just in terms of the package itself. So if you start out with a starter complete and you wanted to move into the elite, you can get that for the difference between the two packages, and we can arrange installments, whatever you want. If you want to go to Master Elite Plus or whatever it might be, we have those upgrades available. We also have our business membership, and many people use the business membership to get their business going, as Maria did. Maria has been a part of our business membership for a while, and we've been able to do personal coaching sessions together to help her to thrive in her business. You can read more about the business membership. And of course, just our website in general that you may want to check out and learn more. We appreciate you visiting the site just to learn more about what we do and to support the work that we're doing by getting your libraries at geniusbiofeedback.com, or your courses, and even just communicating with us, chatting with us, sending us an email. The website is geniusbiofeedback.com. It's been, really my pleasure to work and be a part of the genius effort for the last 10 years to see the evolution of quantum biofeedback mobile technologies during a time that we really need them. And into December and January, we're going to have new classes. In fact, we're going to have a new membership called the Process Club membership, where we're going to learn how to solve different problems with the genius. And you can bring any condition to the Process Club and we'll actually solve it with the genius. But we're going to have new programs, new health-based programs coming up, especially how do you resolve the poor people who have done this? How do you help them to get healthy? How do you stay healthy in the face of that, in the face of difficult times? So we have a lot of exciting things coming up. So thank you again, everyone. I hope to see you on my live stream tomorrow. You'll get a link for that very soon in your email inbox. I really appreciate each and every one of you being a part of our Genius event of the year. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. And we'll see you very, very soon. Take care. Bye-bye for now.